Greetings, my excellent friends. We are back with Ace Attorney, and I am hoping that we don't keep doing this every 2 weeks. I think we got 2 weeks in a row at one point, but we keep having missed Saturdays over the last couple of months, and that is to end from now, though I'm not too bothered about last week's missed Saturday, because it was just for a pretty nice reason. I had a place to be. Anyway, we are in the middle of Case 3, which is always fun, because Case 3 brings other voices with it. I don't know why that became a tradition. It just started because there was a character in Turnabout Samurai that I didn't want to bother with, and Stip was like, I'll do it. And then we just kept doing that. But I don't know why it's Case 3 and why I do everything in Cases 1, 2, 4, and 5. I don't have an explanation for that. It's just what we do. And sometimes you just do things because it's worked so far. Anyway, it's been so long that Ace Attorney is no longer... You know when you right-click, you go into your start bar, you right-click Steam, and you will get your usual little tiny menu of quick buttons, store, library, community, friends, and it will show you your last 5 opened or purchased Steam games so that you can quickly get to them. I'm the person who plays one game to death and then moves on to the next one. But because I'm a streamer, that doesn't always happen, and so I have a few throughout the week that I have to go back to. But usually, whatever is in my current field stays on that list. Ace Attorney ain't there. I have to go hunt it down in my actual library like a pleb, and I'm so put out by it. Like, just... I need a moment to gather my energy. It's been buried by 14 and Born Punk, and I know I'm not streaming Forza, but... So that's the thing, I have broken my rule lately, because I play Forza every week, but that is Sam's fault. That is 100% Sam's fault. He is a bad influence on me. He is disturbed my equilibrium to an almost unlivable degree, and I must get away from him for the good of my own health. But so those 3 are there, as are the other things I've been playing in my spare time, and they've just deleted Ace Attorney off the map, so I need to find it. Good lord, I've spent 92 hours in game Ace Attorney. So the 3 games together are a more than 100-hour journey. That's longer than Persona. I mean, it makes sense. It's 3 games. But it's interesting shoved right in front of you like that. Anyway, here it is. I will stop bitching about incredibly unimportant minor gripes. And of course, you get quote 69, Demon Dragon. Just pluck it out from a 1 in less than 500 chance. Not going to question it, let's move on. Part 2. Alright, so, it's been 2 weeks. Do I remember how this case works? Also, how's my audio volume? I have been recording stuff because of callbacks, so maybe my microphone isn't correct. Actually, no, I think it very definitely isn't. I think it's quite low. Because I had to put it very low. No, I don't think game's loud. Game's same as ever. I'm low. I know I'm low. Yeah, I'm at 35. I should be at like 70. 75. I should be here. Yeah. Does the game still sound loud? Or do I just sound better? Because y'all have your own volume sliders, too. Yeah, no, that's my fault. I was recording... I took my gain way down because I was recording stuff that I can't tell you about. Other than... Well, you know I'm in callbacks, I just can't tell you what it was about. But I had to be loud in them, so... No, I do have to turn the game down when you guys come in, though, because I can't fix that. you guys will be too quiet for the game. But for now, I can have it up. And for now, I don't think I need you. Anyway. Do I remember how this works? We have Maggie Bird, which is a funnier and funnier name because I've been watching Ozark lately. Falsely accused yet again, except this time she actually got convicted because Phoenix Wright, with a mysterious accent and a skin condition, let her down. And we haven't really worked out what the hell is going on with him yet, but I think the way the case was presented to us, we know that fake Phoenix is the killer, because it's one of those cases where they kind of show you. Phoenix doesn't know, but we know as the audience. And we have met that character, but Phoenix isn't aware that that's the imposter yet. We fucked with his bike or something, and he screamed. But that was just a little tiny bit. So Phoenix doesn't really know what's going on. We've met Jean Armstrong, the proprietor of the restaurant that the murder happened in. We have met an old man who likes to attack pigeons with food. And possibly others, but I don't recall. I'll find out. January 7, 9:48 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 1. We're in the special high up place. I don't actually think it's special. I think it's just the first one from the left. But still, I feel like it's better. Maybe because the defendant's a cop. No, God, she got fired, didn't she? Maybe because it's the defendant's a waitress, and waitresses are held in a position of high honor. I don't know. There was a creepy lady who didn't speak. That's true. She had bandages on her head, I think. I'll find out. I have this magic button that reminds me of everything. We have my badge. We have my creepy mind-fucking tool. We have a magazine clipping that says I'm bad at my job because, like every well-adjusted professional, I carry around evidence of my failures. No, it's actually not me. We have a sports paper left behind by the victim with a doodle in the victim's handwriting. MC Bomber, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Is that mask to mask? With 100,000 crossed out and 500,000 crossed out, and a bomb. So, you know, interesting victim, this. We have a job listings newspaper picked up from a bench, thrown away by the old man. Which will matter if the old man turns up, and probably not matter if the old man doesn't. I don't know who our first witness is. It's either going to be Jean Armstrong or it's going to be the old man, probably. Well, no, the first witness is going to be Gumshoe, but after that. We have the lunch special, which is actual garbage. Lots of buffering for you. I do not see any dropped frames. I do not see any bitrate issues. I do not believe that is a common problem. But if anybody else is buffering a lot, please tell me. But my OBS isn't telling me I've got an issue. Jean's loan contract. Jean owns $500,000 in debt, and the owner of the loan is Tender Lender. And then we have the pink scooter. Oh no, he does know that's the phony. Ridden by my phony. The wheel guard is all smashed up. We don't have the phony's profile yet, though. Maya, Mia, Godot, Gumshoe, Maggie. The victim, Glenn Elg, who appears to be an expat from Dragon Ball Z. He was a programmer. Maggie doesn't know who he is, despite having apparently killed him. Victor Kudo. Oh, he of the shiny red nose. Yeah, he's the old man that likes to kill pigeons. And then we have Jean Armstrong, who likes to serve bad food and steal things from people. He's also a palindrome? That's true. Glenn Elg, Glenn Elg. I would not have picked that up. Well done. Let me get ready to commence voice acting. It's a tough gig, you know. Hydrate. It's important. There's a bot for that, which I don't need, because my brain tells me when to drink.
Oh, I see. I guess I should have expected this. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? But he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor.
This would be Gumshoe. Maggie!
Ah! Detective Gumshoe!
Are you doing all right? How are you feeling?
As if you need to ask either question, sir.
Don't let him get you down, Maggie. And don't forget to eat well, okay?
Roger.
And you!
Yes?
You better square this case away, got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, you hear? If you screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. Squaring away some paperwork for your arrest.
I think he's serious. Hey, detective! You're on our side for once, right?
Yep.
So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Really? Can you, sir?
Of course. I got the situation under control. I'm gonna be the first witness on the stand today. If something I say doesn't mesh with the facts, make sure you point it out, alright?
Sure.
Okay. We're forming a united front today, pal. You get me?
I can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. I've always admired you so much, detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should all go pretty smoothly today, huh?
I can only wish. January 7, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 4. So waiting room number 1, but courtroom number 4. How do they number this stuff? Like, is it just a maze? Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Bitter. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
Ah!
What's wrong?
Nothing. It's just, whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was, you's talking to me. It was a little, well, intimidating.
No, that wasn't me. That was the phony Phoenix.
I see. So our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he?
Our trustee?
So, Mr. Godot, your opening statement, please. Mr. Trite, whether you're a fake or the real deal, we'll find out soon enough through this trial today.
But I can already tell you. I'm the real Phoenix Wright.
I wasn't questioning whether you're Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not. That's what I intend to find out.
There's no denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another.
As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during this retrial. Nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial.
I'm not planning on repeating anything that phony me said. Trust me. Are we trusting you now, are we? Do we trust in ourselves? I don't know. Yeah, Phoenix doesn't read the legal books, so it's a sensible question. I don't disagree with Guan and Demon Dragon there. He does just kind of stumble his way through the legal process and hope to succeed. He does an alright job of it, but... It's part of that main character syndrome, I think.
Now then, Mr. Godot, please summon your first witness.
He looks so thrilled to be here.
Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation. Witness, state your name for the court. Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. The name's Police Department Detective. Occupation, Dick Gumshoe. Other way around, Detective. Huh? No! Sorry, Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of the case since yesterday. Sir! Since yesterday? Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigation's tied up in my basement, tied up with another case right now.
I hope Gumshoe's really got everything under control. For everyone's sake.
I see. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline for the court the basic facts of the case? Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Elg. He was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll of Blue Screens, Inc., a local company. He was also part Saiyan. I don't really know how we got the rights to use this little symbol here, but, there it is nonetheless. This is the victim's autopsy report. The court accepts this into evidence.
Died of potassium cyanide poisoning between 1:30 and 2:30 in the afternoon. Can you have main character syndrome if you are the main character? No, that's... Well, I guess, okay, so if we look at main character syndrome to mean that you think you're the main character, then that's what Edgeworth had in the first game. Before the rug was pulled out from him real damn hard over and over again, and he was beaten into submission mentally until ultimately he ended up on the stand. But I meant less that kind and more just main character privileges, let's say. It's not Phoenix deluding himself, it's just Phoenix receiving the benefits of his position.
And here are the floor plans of the restaurant.
Do you know anything about Ace Attorney, Mela? I don't actually know. Perhaps you won't. No, yes. Okay, this is the third game. Look, you probably won't have anything spoiled for you because you don't know the character I just talked about and you don't have context. Plus, this is a side case anyway.
When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the,
No, Edgeworth is not here. Edgeworth is not here. Edgeworth is a character in the first game. And that's all I'll say to you. But he's not here and he's not going to show up tonight, so you don't need to know a thing.
The poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the waitress.
But he is in that slot. Yeah, he is the prosecutor of the first game. So he's your main opponent. Kind of a Javert figure. Which half of the prosecutors in this game are, but him especially.
The waitress being the accused? Yeah. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of the coffee. At the time of the incident, there were two other people in the restaurant. Mr. John Armstrong, the owner and chef, and a regular by the name of Victor Kudo.
I genuinely don't know who we're going to be who we're going to be dealing with in this trial, so stay on standby. Actually, the person who is doing Armstrong's voice for me probably has looked ahead and already knows. So yeah, he'll either join me or he won't.
It still seems to be a very straightforward case to me.
Très bien. Floor plans added to the court record. Blueprints of the crime scene. X is the victim's seat.
Come, detective. Take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own 2 hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony. Yes, sir.
The incident. Ah, we're talking about Lost now.
When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elg, was listening to the radio at the time.
Either that or checking power levels.
Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And, it looks like Miss Bird might have had, well, some kind of a motive. Using the dark, aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady. The facts of this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I could ask you to begin your cross-examination, but...
Yes?
Please, no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood?
I already told you that wasn't me! And for backstory, this is a second trial because somebody pretended to be Phoenix and purposefully lost the case. So, we're having to come back a month later to save this poor girl who blames us even though we weren't there.
Indeed. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir.
Now, we begin my strategy, which is to press every single statement unnecessarily for fun. Can I stop you for just a minute?
Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence?
He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Miss Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table.
Yeah, that's what she said. And What killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction?
Hey!
Sadly, her testimony isn't supported by the owner or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, it's true. Their 2 testimonies tie up on that. They both said there was no other guy at the table.
What should I do? Should I press on this a little harder or not?
Harder!
Well, maybe the other witnesses just missed him. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way.
Huh. That argument is as weak as the coffee at Tribulations, right? I have here in my possession a ticket.
A ticket? Looks more like a photo to me.
Yes, a one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Population, the defendant.
Okay, so you're a... You're just being a dick, then.
This is a photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef moments after the poisoning took place, correct? I think the court will agree that with such a clear view of the scene of the crime... How, Mr. Trite, could anyone have overlooked a second person at the table? Ah! It certainly seems to show the victim's table extremely clearly.
It does. We can see the other chair way too well. But that doesn't mean that that chair couldn't be obscured for other people. So it really depends on whose testimony we're knocking down.
We understand that the guy, Glenn Elg, was listening to the radio at the time.
He was listening to his radio, you say?
Yeah, he had a portable radio in his chest pocket.
Maggie told us that too, didn't she? Something about how one of them had some sort of earpiece?
What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder?
Harder! Always harder!
And what was it that the victim was listening to on the radio, Detective Gumshoe?
Huh? How should I know?
Thanks a lot. We're one step closer to the middle of nowhere.
This isn't going very well, is it?
Detective, could you perhaps tell us about the poison and how it was used? Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup.
So, traces of poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else?
Not sure I get you, pal.
Was the poison a liquid? Or was it a powder?
If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance.
So the poison could have been in anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper?
Huh. Do you put salt and pepper in your coffee, Trite? The victim took his coffee black, with no sugar. It seems that the poison could only have been in the coffee.
What should I do? You know what I'm gonna say, Phoenix. In fact, I don't even have to say it. I have the mighty buttons in my hand. I make you dance for my amusement with every keystroke. You're gonna press him, and you're gonna like it, and he's gonna like it, and you're gonna keep pressing until it becomes inappropriate for a public audience to view. Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee?
Huh? What do you mean?
According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. But what proof is there that the victim even ever drank any of it?
Oh, hey! You're right! That's what I was thinking!
Perhaps the proof is that he keeled over dead.
In case you were wondering, that last objection was for the detective there. Huh? For me? Oh, hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If you have the time to waste, you have the time to present that piece of evidence. That piece, sir?
Yes, that piece.
What piece was it again? This.
Should I be grateful this coffee's only hot enough to give me first-degree burns? Also.
Oh, now I remember. This is the, victim's coffee cup. Yep, the victim's cup. Take a good look at the rim.
Oh, yes, it's unmistakable. There's clearly a coffee stain on it.
Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in the cup. The victim gulped down the bitter death...
Hey! Why did that go away? I fucking hate the way this game does that sometimes. It just steals the text from me. I think it was drank down the bitter death of the cup or coffee like this, and then he chugs it. I don't know, it was too quick.
For the record, the only prints on the cup were the victims and the defendants.
Coffee cup added to the court record. The coffee contained potassium cyanide, and it is covered in the fingerprints of both Maggie and the victim, and no one else. But that doesn't mean, like, here's the thing, like, dipping poison into a cup, you don't need to touch the cup. You just hold your little poison thingy over the cup and you go... Tss, 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 tss. So long as you're careful, you don't need to you don't need to touch the cup. You don't need to touch the cup. My consonant placement skills are in question today. Well, I mean, we've got Maya as our assistant. Presumably Godot has an off-camera assistant whose only job is to just brew coffee. He just has a barista at the courtroom. I think that's per trial day, Guan.
Upon further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch.
Potassium cyanide. I've heard of that chemical before. Exactly how strong is this poison, Detective Gumshoe?
It's... well, that stuff's lethal. Eat too much in your history.
How much is too much?
A lethal dose is 0.2 grams. That's about enough to finish anyone off.
0.2 grams? How much is that?
You know when you swab your ears for earwax? Yeah, about that much.
Earwax, huh? Sounds like something Gumshoe's got an abundance of.
Such a small quantity of poison could have been concealed anywhere. And, looks like Ms. Bird might have had, well, some kind of a motive.
Some kind of a motive.
Yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion.
Objection!
You know what my golden rule is, detective? Chuck out a bad cup of coffee. You can always get another. Huh? I don't get it. I'm saying, we can always get another witness on the stand if we have to chuck you out. So stick to the facts, detective. Now then, what was Ms. Bird's motive?
Come on, Gumshoe.
She was, they said she wanted to steal a lottery ticket.
I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday, too.
It disappeared from the scene of the crime. And it wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was a winning ticket for $500,000.
Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one. Then, is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? What should I do?
Press harder!
Wait a minute! The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared in no way implicates my client.
Ha! I have here in my hand the very ticket in question. That's the $500,000 lottery ticket? One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant. What? Order! Order! Ha! She's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress. You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court immediately.
I better keep an eye on that ticket. The way the judge's voice is quivering. Victim's lottery ticket added to the court record. A winning ticket for $500,000 found during a body search of Maggie.
This ticket was presented to the court in the previous trial, too. But it feels heavier now, somehow. $500,000, you say? It's just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor.
And that's on Maggie's person, unfortunately.
That's enough. The facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she committed this crime. I like an old man who knows the score. There is also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, even I might be tempted to bend the rules.
You know, that one sound effect right there, that higher-pitched ding, it always sounds so fuzzy to me. Because I know that they haven't redone stuff, like the original objection sounds and voice lines and all the little sound effects from the DS have just been kept because, well, personally, that's the right choice. But that one in particular, it always just sounds just a little bit low quality. You like the implication that Maggie was just carrying poison around in case she needed to murder a customer who won the lottery. Maybe they had poison at the restaurant for insecticide. I don't know. What is potassium cyanide used for other than killing people? Anything? Anything above board? I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren call of money.
Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie is starting to pile up fast.
Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already. I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance. With one final, decisive piece of evidence.
He's got more evidence against Maggie?
This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time.
Wow, that is not the cleanest apron I've seen. That stain looks like... It can't be blood, can it?
Ha! It seems the star of our play was a little flustered. And somehow spilled coffee on herself.
The coffee! That's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye.
Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more.
Something else? I presume you mean...
Of course. I'm referring to the pocket.
The pocket?
A search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide. The very poison used by the killer was in her apron pocket.
A bottle of poison. In Maggie's pocket.
Yeah. And Maggie's prints were the only ones on it.
What?!
Order! 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 The court will accept these items into evidence.
A deadly powdery poison bears Maggie's fingerprints found in her apron pocket.
There's something still bothering me, Godot.
Why have you not explained the blood stain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. Or can't you see it through your red-tinged visor?
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain.
You don't need to be told, just look at it. It seems pretty obvious to me why you'd have trouble. Look at that thing.
Well, detective, could this stain really be blood?
No way, sir! That's, it's just ketchup, sir. Ketchup? Yeah, she must have gotten some on her apron while taking someone their breakfast that day. You could have spoken up a little sooner, detective. He could have. He was never gonna. But he could have.
Pull a stunt like that again and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness.
I thought everyone knew what it was already. Hey Gav, I assume you already know some game got released earlier. If you mean Somnium 2, yes, but I don't have a spare 85 Australian dollars, so I won't be getting it for a while. I also probably don't have any spare time on my stream right now. But no, that's true. That's true. The next Somnium Files game, which was that was like 2019. Half the people who are here today weren't there then. I don't even think Demon Dragon was around for that one, which is a shame because you would have enjoyed it a lot. And I had to delete my VODs because of the DMCA apocalypse. That's a weird one. It's a weird one to sit down and stream because I don't know how much it's going to rely on familiarity with the previous work. If it's anything like that guy's previous series, because he did 3 games, he did the Zero Escape series, and you did not want to go anywhere near the second and third without having played what came before. Not only would you have been lost, but also it would have ruined the others for you. So I have no idea how to approach that one from a streaming perspective unless I just do it completely selfishly. Because I'm fine. And the people who were here and watched me in 2019 are fine too. But, It's, for anybody confused, it's a, it's visual novel-ish, kind of like this, except instead of this form of gameplay with the trial system, you are a brain invader of sorts. You go into people's minds when they're sleeping and you sort through their dreams, solving a puzzle to try and extract information from them. And it's a mystery story that I'm not going to talk about because it's very good. It's called I, the Somnium Files, but it's to write down, it's AI. The letter is AI, but it's pronounced I because it's not actually about artificial intelligence. It's about well, actually, no, it sort of is. The Somnium Files. Look that up. It's a very good game. It's a lovely little visual novel. Lengthy, but it's worth it. Sequel just came out. I may stream it either when it's cheaper or if somebody buys it for me. Yeah, it's an I pun. That's true. Either way, it's worth a look. I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence. They have all been clearly established. Well, Wright, it seems you really are a phony after all. You really know how to drive a man nuts. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation there. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kinda scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie must have passed out from the shock. Must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. You identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good. Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Wright. Don't count on any more cross-examinations after this one. So, let the fun begin. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kinda scary old man, sir. Scary old man, Detective Gumshoe. There's an old man who's a regular at the restaurant where the incident happened. We're obviously talking about the same old man. Officers were dispatched right after the report came in, but the old guy still made a fuss. What took you so long? Then he hurled abuse at him, and seeds. Seeds? Ha! It was nothing. I caught each one with my teeth. Alright then, Coach Godot. I guess not even the mighty Godot can avoid being attacked by that guy. The old man was the only other customer in the place at the time. He took his time finding a payphone, apparently, so he was late reporting the crime. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. How long was the defendant unconscious for? The officers got to the crime scene at around 2:40. Maggie was still out cold in the kitchen at that time. It took another 10 minutes or so before she came to. I would have liked to have been on the scene myself. I bet you would have liked to have carried out the search, too. I would have loved to see Maggie asleep like that, all pretty and peaceful. Okay, steady on there, Gummy. This is still her murder trial. Can we not be a creep. You're a professional detective, Gumshoe, not a professional bird watcher. That's pretty good.
Save the romantics for your own time, detective. All we need to know about is the investigation.
Oops. I guess I'm pretty red right now, aren't I?
The victim didn't have any identification on him.
Curious note, for those of you that have followed me mentioning the Ace Attorney musical that's coming up. Despite being set in the first game, Maggie is in it. I think she is there for Gumshoe purposes, but I don't know. As I have not seen too much. I haven't really seen anything that isn't public information yet, but Maggie and Lana Skye are the interesting features who probably shouldn't be in that part of the story, but nonetheless are. There's sensible reasons for them both. He didn't have any. Are you saying that it was stolen then? You think the Delights are in it as well? Yes and no. The Delights are ensemble, which means they don't really matter as characters. Because it's a musical, the ensemble, whose job it is to perform the role of a crowd in scenes where a crowd are required, and also to sing backup for pretty much every song in the show, each ensemble member takes on a character, so those guys can be from any era of anything. One of them's Wendy Oldbag, because Case 3 has been cut, so she doesn't belong either. Ron Delight, Desiree Delight, Wendy Oldbag, Penny Nichols, Turner Gray, which is a curious choice. And by curious, I mean I don't know what he has going for him or why he was picked, but nonetheless, the others are cool. And I can't even remember who the other one is, but there's 6 of them. The ones that stood out to me were Ron Delight and the 3 ladies, definitely. But yeah, they're not technically playing roles in the story, they're just giving faces to the crowd scenes, if that makes sense. Like, I know that they have lines in one of the demos, which is, at the start of Case 4, the defendant of Case 4 is being talked about, and so the crowd is reading a newspaper, and a bunch of the ensemble cast will then each have a line, and they'll probably do that in character as their representative, but that doesn't really mean that Ron Delight matters. They could make that Shelley the Killer if they wanted, and it would be the same. Or Mo! They could make it Mo the Clown, and it would be the same. Or Apollo Justice, if they wanted to be really weird. But yeah. I think the idea was to put characters there that don't break people's brains too much, while also being reasonably fun, which is why Ron is there, because Ron is fun. It's why Wendy's there, because Wendy's fun. And it's why Turner Gray... I really don't know why Turner Gray's there. That's a curious choice. I vote they replace him with Shelley the Killer. But yeah, those are the ones that you can see in the casting call. Which is still up. You can still read all about it, even though it's closed now. He didn't have any? Are you saying that it was stolen then?
No, I don't think so. The victim didn't have a driver's license or even a credit card on him, pal. All he had was 58 cents in his wallet.
58 cents?
Yeah. I can't believe I found someone with less in their wallet than me, pal. The victim sounds like he was a thoroughly miserable young man. Or some kind of outlaw. Why not give him a bit of an edge?
I think I'm onto something here.
But we figured out who he was pretty quick. And then the investigation went smoothly.
Wait a sec.
Huh? Did I say something dumb again?
Let me paraphrase what you just testified to this court. The victim didn't have any ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes?
Yeah, basically.
In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly?
Oh. That.
He's so let down, he's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eyes thing going.
There was a prescription bag on the victim's table along with the lottery ticket. It seems Mr. Glenn Elk visited his doctor before he went to Tribulations. We got the victim's name from the medical records of the doc who prescribed the meds.
What if he stole someone else's prescription bag, mate?
That is a reliable enough source for the court.
What should I do? Should I leave this alone or ask to hear more? Inquire about the bag. So what sort of medicine was in the bag?
Well, actually the bag we found was empty.
Huh?
Yeah, completely empty.
It was completely empty. Would the bag not have details as to what was prescribed?
Ha. You're entering an empty paper bag as evidence? Desperate are you, Trite? Now, what happened with the investigation after that, Detective?
And we can't examine it any closer, I assume?
No.
Even though there's blurred information on it?
When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and a bottle of poison.
But the defendant had been passed out for a while, correct? In that case, isn't it possible someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket?
Hey! Yeah! You nailed it, pal! It happens to me all the time. We had a department party here the other day. Well, not here, but we had a department party the other day, and when I got home, I was wearing the boss's shoes. Objection! Keep up this crazy testimony, Detective, and those shoes will end up down your throat.
Sorry.
So, Trite, someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket? That's a pretty bold statement. Care to back it up with some evidence?
Well, I'd love to if I had any.
It appears you have no evidence to support your theory, Mr. Wright. Continue with your testimony, witness. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene.
What about the evidence? Sorry, what about the prescription? What about the meds? So the $500,000 lottery ticket and the bottle of poison were accounted for.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's true that those two items were accounted for. But wasn't there another lottery ticket that was stolen that day?
Ah, yeah, the one the restaurant owner took. He won a whole $1 with it. What a lucky guy, huh?
And they're just gonna let him get away with it?
It was just $1, Detective.
I guess no one cares when it's that little. Except for Gumshoe. If I don't find a hole in this testimony, the judge is gonna hand down his verdict. Gumshoe isn't giving us anything to work with. And we can't find any contradictions if he doesn't give us something. Yeah, that's true. But Maggie and Gumshoe are like Dumb and Dumber. Our only hope is that they were so dumb they missed something obvious. Come on, Gumshoe. Be the dumbest you've ever been. I wanna be the very dumbest, like no one's ever dumbed. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. I think it's the meds. Yeah. Detective Gumshoe, I think I should point something out to you. There is just one small contradiction in your testimony.
Ah, finally! I'm getting all anxious just waiting, so hurry up, will you?
You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later? No. They didn't. The victim was given a prescription right before going to Tribulations. Where, then, did the medicine disappear to? You are too cool, pal! Indeed. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence? I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? The victim was killed by poison, and the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared. The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself. That seems like a strange thing for a doctor to prescribe for somebody. Death? Warfarin is rat poison? Any medication is poison in a large enough dose. Yeah. Potassium cyanide, though. People don't prescribe cyanide, right? Presumably? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Godot, what do you have to say to that? Ha. That's all. What? Read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag, if you will. What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? New Ear Otolaryngological Clinic. Otolaryngological? Is that a town in Wales? Just what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Godot? Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More like a bitter war wound, you could say. A war wound. The day before the incident, Mr. Elg found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of the head and ruptured his eardrum. He ruptured his eardrum? Then what on earth was the prescription he was given? It was a cream that was to be applied topically inside his ear canal, not to be ingested. What? It's mentioned in the autopsy report if you read the fine print. They found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear. Yes, here it is, in very, very fine print. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe that he would have eaten his medication. It seems that this medication is irrelevant to the case after all. No. Nick, if you don't think of something quick, it'll be all over. She's right. But I can't get away with any old weak objection. What do I do? We're on the line. But, like, we gotta go with something. Only moments ago, Mr. Godot made the following statement. It seems Mr. Elg correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Très Bien. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime? But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal. That doesn't change the fact that it could not be found at the crime scene. He didn't put the fucking medicine bottle in his ear, Judge. However insignificant it may seem, it is a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth.
Objection!
You know as well as I do that the medication is irrelevant. It hardly seems likely that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide.
Objection!
It hardly seems likely that the coffee, the weight... Rebooting. It hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did! The possibility is undeniable. That's enough. Mr. Godot, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to call? Also, do you need a repairman for your Geordie LaForge visor? Mr. Godot? I got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was there in the restaurant on the day of the murder. Victor Kudo? The pigeon hater? Very well. The matter of the disappearing medication seems little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial. And that is something that bothers me. Yay! Good job, Nick! The court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear the prosecution's next witness. I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. He had 11 cups during the gumshoe section? Mate, you need to learn how to moderate. Court is adjourned for recess. 11:03 a.m. Defendant lobby number 1. Phew, that was close. Tell me about it. I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir! No, it's my line! I think I really did die a little bit. Looks like we all nearly died in there. I can't believe Detective Gumshoe! How could he betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me. But he totally set me up! I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's gotta do his job, right? It's okay. I know all about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. But it really hurt this time. It felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy! I don't ever want to see him again! Oh no! Oh... Poor Gumshoe. So the next witness is going to be that old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Kudo. Lover of waitress outfits and projectile seeds. I bet he's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know. Yeah, he's a big old grouch. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me. Even those never-ending bird seeds. Courtroom number 4. Yeah, they didn't hammer it in. They didn't make Gumshoe overhear that. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Berg. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please. The prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand?
Name and occupation, if you don't mind. The name is Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what makes me. Mind you, I can be quite emotional at times, too.
We don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation.
My occupation? Listen, young'un, how much call do you think there is for kimono embroidery here?
Kimono embroidery.
That's what I do! Or did, back in Japan. I embroidered family crests on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed.
Wow, a real craftsman. They're a dying breed. Hey, maybe he could embroider my costume sometime.
Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile.
That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen.
Now then, witness. Were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident? Oh, yes. I was eating some seeds over a cup of Javachino. Seeds? What do you think these are, huh? I see.
So you saw everything that happened, Gramps?
Did I? Yes. Oh, yes, I did. I saw it all.
Then please tell the court. We're all ears.
Sure. I'll tell you every last detail.
He's really getting into this.
What I witnessed. The young man was reading the sports paper. The servant girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the servant girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
Mr. Kudo, she is not a serving girl. Please refer to her as a waitress.
Yeah, you're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's wrong with the old-fashioned ones,
Please don't get into a discussion of old-fashioned words. That way lies terms of service violations, Victor.
Newfangled? All these talks of radios and glasses. It's wireless and spectacles, I tell you.
Okay, those are fine. Excuse me.
Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away.
Lol, no.
Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. What I witnessed.
The young man was reading the sports paper.
So you saw the victim, then? You saw Mr. Glenn Elg?
I wanted to know if Gutzen Braun retained his championship or not.
So he was looking at the sports paper the victim was reading, huh? And at the location in question, there are partitions between tables on the same side of the restaurant, right?
So what if there are...
If you say that you could see the victim, that means you were sitting at a table on the other side of the restaurant, correct?
I go to that place to drink Javachino. I don't go to sit. I don't remember which table I was sitting at.
You mean you go there to eye the waitresses?
The servant girl brought me him a Javachino, but she put something in it.
Mr. Kudo, that is a very grave accusation. Are you sure about what you saw?
Victor Kudo never makes mistakes. I dot every T and cross every I.
I see.
My eyesight's fine. The doctor said I only need spectacles for reading and driving.
I bet his eyes are only really fine when he's scoping out a waitress.
And I saw what the servant girl put into the Javachino as well.
I bet I know what's coming up, and something tells me I'm not gonna like it, but I'm gonna press harder anyway because curiosity killed the phoenix. Your Honor, we need more clarification on what was put into the victim's coffee. I'd like to ask that the witness add what he knows about this to his testimony.
I agree. Witness, will you enlighten us, please? Sure. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Did she really put that into the coffee?
You doubt me, boy? She took some out of a small brown bottle and sprinkled it in.
Couldn't she have been adding sugar?
Sugar? In a small brown bottle like that?
Like that?
Witness, could you please describe the bottle in more concrete terms?
Ha! A bottle like this, perhaps?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's the one. That's the bottle of potassium cyanide, I presume.
So what did the accused put into the coffee? I think it's clear, don't you?
The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed.
He took just one sip.
You young'uns, you waste everything. Those Javachinos cost $8. In the good old days, we would have drank every last drop, eaten the cup, and then died.
Congratulations. You have earned the title of baddiest man to grace a courtroom. And we met Max Galactica, Mo the Clown, Damon Gant, Mike Meekins. The list goes on. So it was an immediate death. Well, with potassium cyanide, I suppose that is possible.
Oh, yes, he slumped over without so much as a twitch. Quite literally, he's the only person in this case that isn't going to be appearing on Twitch. At least, not alive. I felt the Javachino I'd just drank turn sour in my stomach.
Ah, yes. I know that feeling.
And the waitress, I presume she is... That's the servant girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
You said, I remember her well, in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by?
Particular features? It's a disgrace, that's what it is.
Sorry?
You can see all the way up to her... you know... She's practically naked in that uniform!
So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit? But anyone could wear just such a uniform. Even me!
Mr. Wright, please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image.
Don't get all excited, Nick. You gotta keep yourself together. I guess I got a bit carried away.
Yeah, there are other things I recognize about her, too.
He seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do?
Press harder!
Sure, you saw a waitress take the coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether that waitress was Maggie Bird or not.
Quite right. Mr. Kudo, these other features that you recognize about the defendant, I would ask you to add them to your testimony. Sure. There was a ribbon in her hair, and her apron straps were loose.
You do seem to remember several details about her appearance. But what about the most crucial detail of all? You know, her face?
As if I wouldn't remember that.
The witness noted the straps on the accused's apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face.
That's right! I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair. It was red. So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight.
There's no doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? Get the feeling there's more to this somehow. We can ask about the straps, or we can ask about the waitress's back. A small pocket but big stains. Does this thing even have straps? You can't see them from this picture. We've talked a lot about the straps, though, so what happens about the back? The identifying features you described are all things that you would see from the back.
So what?
Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all?
Objection!
Ha! He's got you there, Gramps. People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons.
This is harassment!
You are an old man who goes to a restaurant noted for its terrible food on a regular basis so that you can ogle the waitresses in an environment that I don't believe encourages that kind of behavior in any way. Are you sure you are equipped to accurately identify harassment?
I tell you, I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add details about any identifying features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony.
Sure.
This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer. Okay, he's gonna tell us what he found about her from the front. And if I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet.
There wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front.
Oh no? You didn't find anything to be distinct, but you did clearly see the witness's face, yes?
No question about it. I didn't come this far to back down now. Victor Kudo never backs down.
That's not the answer I was looking for, but okay. This has turned into a matter of pride for old Seedy now, I guess. I wonder if he really did see Maggie's face or not. Like I thought, we need some concrete proof of this. Proof that the old guy didn't see the waitress clearly from the front. Do you think old Seedy really saw Maggie do it? Well, he probably had his eye on the waitress the whole time, that's why he was there. But he was there for the cute outfits, right? Not the waitress. I guess. She makes a good point, though. Hey, did I just say something clever? I wonder if the waitress Mr. Kudo saw really was Maggie. That's what we have to figure out, Nick. So the thing is, if he had seen Maggie from the front, there are notable things on the front of her apron on that day. And no, I'm not talking about tits. Can't take you people anywhere. Mr. Kudo, I would like you to please take a look at this.
That filthy thing would suit filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like just after he's done eating.
Have you ever seen this before?
Of course I haven't. You think I'd forget something as dirty as that? Eh? Well, you half-witted clot! What? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here.
Mr. Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this. Which means, if you had really seen this apron before... Yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front.
Oops. Witness? You can't just oops your way out of this.
Huh. Well, well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Glug glug fucking glug. Listen, Trite, here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant. That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird. Exactly. And when that one waitress puts the poison into the coffee cup, this old guy was watching. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing. Fuck me! Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps.
You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin's in perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion when I forgot what burger a customer wanted.
He can't remember? Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out.
Very well. Let's test just how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim.
About the victim.
He was another of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the servant girl in question brought over the Javachino. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip.
Oh, that's it.
The testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory is. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail. Oh, yes. I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything.
How are we going to handle this, Nick? We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that the old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? I suppose. But it's what I do best. Yep. We are a professional old person botherer. About the victim.
He was another of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles.
Spectacles?
Dark glasses to you. One of the lenses was green, but the other was broken. Newfangled rubbish. That's why I remember him so well.
He did have some kind of lens over his left eye, but I wouldn't have called it a pair of glasses.
He seems to have been wearing some rather modern-looking shades. Perhaps I should take to wearing some and rival Mr. Godot's sharp appearance.
We better come up with something sharp and quick. Guess I'll wait and see if I should challenge him about the spectacles.
He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages.
The newspaper was a sports paper, was it?
That young hooligan! I nearly asked him, can't you even read without fidgeting? Eh? How was I supposed to be able to read the back page with all that rustling going on? I needed to find out if Goodson Braun retained his championship title.
It was his paper, not yours. If you wanted to know so bad, why didn't you buy your own?
Why are you looking at me like that for, huh? How dare you judge me? Ow! Ow!
Goodson Braun got beaten yesterday, by the way. Anyway...
The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well.
The wireless.
The decadent young rascal! In my day it was one or the other. Read the paper or listen to the wireless. Oh boy. And using an earpiece. It's selfish, that's what it is. I was straining my ears, but I couldn't catch any of it.
Was he that desperate to listen to the radio?
What are you looking at me like that for, huh? Ow! Ow! And the serving girl in question brought over the Javagino.
You mean the waitress, who you only saw from behind, right?
You're one of those, are you? You never let anything go. Isn't that right?
Maybe.
What does it matter if I saw her from the front or from behind? My eyes don't lie! Ow! Ow!
I better not push it until I've got some hard evidence. Yeah, he's certainly got some hard evidence of his own.
The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip.
His free hand?
Yes.
Which hand was that?
Weren't you listening before, cloth ears? I said he was wrestling the newspaper with his right hand, didn't I? If his free hand wasn't his right hand, and ow, ow, ow!
Perhaps the great Mr. Trite has 3 hands.
Yeah,
I was only asking. No need to gang up on me and treat me like a freak. The whole point of this cross-examination is to establish just one thing. That this old guy's memory has more holes than a slice of Swiss. I guess we just need to find a contradiction in his testimony somewhere, huh? Anything will do. Even the smallest detail. We just need one mistake and he's ours. What stands out to me is the talk about hands. That seems like the sort of trivial mistake that we could push. Either he didn't have the newspaper in his right hand, or he didn't have the cup in his left. Let's see what we got. He was writing something in the paper. They wouldn't be so stupid as to make it he couldn't have picked the cup up because the handle is on the right. Could they? Because, like, that would be really stupid because you can turn a cup around. But it is presented here as a right-hand handle, like on this screen, and they made a big deal out of hands. How long do I normally stream? I'll be going for another 4.5. Same amount as last time. But it can be less than that. I will stop at the end of a major chapter if I don't think the next major chapter is going to come in under my maximum time. So it might just be 3.5 or between. Yeah, Saturdays are a 6-hour block. Nothing else is really related. Oh shit, no, because it's not stupid, it's because of the lip mark, isn't it? He held it like that, or he did... Alright, Nitric, yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay, it's not stupid. Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? That this was a way of testing the credibility of your memory? I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory, I tell you. Nothing!
The solid shit is that noise? It's probably a plane, but it sounds like a fucking alien.
We live under a flight path, so we get air noises reasonably often. I don't think my microphone would have picked that up, but I heard it. But it's normally a lot normaler than what I just fucking heard there. That was very weird.
If I got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song.
Care to tell us where this is going, Trite? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left.
What is this, kindergarten?
But I would like the court to please take a look at this.
That's the cup the victim used, correct?
Yes, and on the rim you'll notice the mark left by the victim's lips.
Yes, there is a stain left by the coffee.
If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see the victim was holding the cup in his right hand.
But... Ow!
Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song.
Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness had better... Wait! If you think I'm gonna stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad, you're wrong. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw. You still insist on your testimony? That young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh, yes, no question. I'm a good, law-abiding citizen, I am. It's that dead young hotbot and you spiky-haired yahoo who are at fault.
Who, me?
Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say! I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but...
Sure. Why not hear a little more? Maybe because it's a terrible idea?
Mr. Kudo!
But this is my 16th cup of coffee. So this is your final stand.
Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor.
Left hand or right hand?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs.
So the left ear. His left eardrum ruptured the day before the incident. This one seems easy.
He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too.
You know, there's a person I met recently who I'm glad isn't here to hear that.
And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand. We know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye.
It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer... Fucking hell, I did it again. It was a small computer... monitor, yeah.
A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of the lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work. HD, TV, DVD, CD, TM, all these newfangled letters drive me mad. But they don't matter. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth.
It's true. He doesn't seem to be lying.
And those are the facts in good old black and white.
We're still going to press, because I like getting the most out of the story, but yeah, I think we just present Glenn's face for this one.
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs.
So the victim was wearing an HMD.
HD, TV, CD, DVD, what does it matter?
It was none of them, actually, but anyway. And you're sure that he was wearing the earpiece on the same side?
No question. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious if you look at the floor plans. From the opposite table, he'd only have a view of the side of the victim's head.
He kept fiddling with it all the time.
It seems you kept an eye on Mr. Glen Elg.
He was getting on my nerves. Rustling that newspaper and fiddling with his earpiece all the time. And then he went and made all that fuss, dying from one sip of Javicino. I wanted to say to him, calm down, you young brat. Just looking at him made me suddenly speed up my seed eating. I could have choked.
So I take it the victim was a walking ball of nervous energy.
He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too.
The earpiece you mentioned, what hand did the victim touch it with?
You're one of those people, aren't you? You're the type that uses your left hand to get things out of your right pocket. Or fastens your left cuff with your right hand. And when the tour guide says, on your right side you'll see the famous blah blah, you're the only one who deliberately looks left. Well, aren't you?
No? I didn't mean...
Obviously he used the hand on the same side of his body that the earpiece was in. Ow! Ow! Ow!
So if he had the HMD on his left side, I guess it was his left hand.
And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand.
You seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Kudo.
That's because I know what I saw. No matter what tricks you try to play on me.
It looks like he really did see the guy picking up the cup with his left hand. This is a dead end. Well, Nick, what do you think? I think the guy's telling the truth. But even so, something's not quite right. Then chuck evidence at him until he breaks. But if he's not lying, there wouldn't be any contradictions in his testimony, right? And yet, my friends, and yet... Yeah, what did I say? I'm not sure what the relevance of this is. But... Mr. Kudo, there is something very strange about your observations of the victim.
What?
You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD.
No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting.
I don't think so.
What did you say?
You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo. But the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured.
Hey?
Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right. It's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear. Because he couldn't even hear in that ear.
Is that true, Captain?
It is.
Pigeon! Pretty pigeon! Order! Order! Order!
This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind. and he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot?
A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk.
Captain! Are you calling me a drip? This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark of the rim clearly shows that the victim picked it up with his right hand. I'll never back down. I know I'm right. The lad drank his Javachino with his left hand.
Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the cup held in his right and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw.
Impossible. The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of the coffee.
Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor. The facts still stand. With one hand or the other, Mr. Elg drank the poisoned coffee. Like this!
Sadly, Mr. Godot, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether the witness's memory is credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. Ugh. I believe it is time to conclude today's court proceedings. I am satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court. But to be frank, his testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old... I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo. You can't reach me from there. I'm ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned. Hold it! Wait! If we stop now, where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kudo? Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there, I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now. How is your bad memory my fault? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do. I've kept my mouth shut until now. But there's something else the court should know. What? There's more? To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything, but I want another chance. I want another crack at you, you young shark. Me? He's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun. Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook.
Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee.
What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Javachino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man! That's enough, witness. I believe it will be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony. You bet! Much, much quicker. Look at his teeth! It doesn't even look like teeth. It's like he's got one tooth for each row. Then again, that's the default design, but still. I can't believe this is happening. You better get ready, youngster. I get the picture. Just quit throwing those seeds at me, would you? He's got to be using some sort of infinite ammo code with that box of seeds. It's the final showdown. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, Is that all?
Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. Eh? You're doubting me again? You're doubting a poor, defenseless old man? No, we are not doubting you, Mr. Kudo.
Don't you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick?
Yeah. So what, probably.
That's all I can think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy.
You're a bird brain. That's why all you can think. That's why that's all you can think of.
Very well. Mr. Wright, your final cross-examination, please.
Well, it seems like we're safe in any case. He's not going to conclude the trial today. We just have one more bit of misery with the old man.
First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of myself.
The court generally prefers if witnesses are sure of themselves, Mr. Kudo.
Nosy brat! I'm warning you, I'm more savage than a macho man right now. Oh, yeah? You won't beat me with this testimony. This is the final battle. Ow! Ow!
He's chucking those seats harder than ever. I better be careful.
Come on, Nick, nail him.
The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino.
The court has already heard that testimony, Mr. Kudo.
I know that. I was just setting the mood. How else am I supposed to build up the suspense,
The suspense.
Yes. Now what do you think? Should I work the audience a bit more? Nope. Please continue, Mr. Kudo, as quickly as possible. Right. Now, where was I? Yes. The young boy slumped over the table and, well, the clumsy idiot knocked over the vase. He knocked it right over.
The WrestleQuest Mexican counterpart Muchacho Man Randy Santos? I don't know what WrestleQuest is. A vase, you say?
Yes, there are vases on all the tables in that place. There are accidents waiting to happen. They're practically begging to be knocked over.
Well, he's right about there being vases. I do remember seeing them, too. There was a vase on the table when I ate lunch there. And you saw the moment when the victim actually knocked over the vase?
Well, it's hard to say. It's a bit unclear. How do you really define...
Okay, I get it.
I heard it break, and the sight of it is burned into my memory as clear as day. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked.
Soaked in water, you mean?
Yes, it splashed me on the knee as well.
You said you were sitting at a table across the room from the victim, correct? And yet the water still managed to splash onto you.
It was cold! I clearly remember it splashing me.
Could the water really make it all the way across to the other side of the room?
Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, huh?
You mean the vase on the victim's table falling upside down and breaking?
The vase turned upside down, and my testimonies turn in this case upside down. It's a joke. I just wanted everyone to hear it. What do you think, Captain?
I'm impressed by your ability to waste time.
Godot hasn't raised any objections for a while now.
So, you young show-off, with that scrap of information, I'm throwing down the gauntlet. If I lose this one, I'll take it like a man and admit defeat.
He's really giving you the evil eye, Maya.
It's you he's looking at, Nick, not me. It's like he's saying, I triple dog dare you to find a contradiction, youngin'.
Guess I'll just have to rise to the challenge, then. Upset the vase, knocked it right over, it broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got soaked. But the thing is, we have a photo of him slumped over on a dry table with an intact vase. So what the hell, man? Mr. Kudo,
This is a photograph of the crime scene.
So what?
Look carefully at the table. The vase is there. Intact.
Huh?
Lost your tongue, Granddad?
I'm no granddad of yours, hopscotch. Ow! Ow!
Enough. If you throw any more seeds in this court... Ah! What is it now?
I just remembered something.
Yes? Go on.
The broken vase. It was on my table.
What?
Well, you see, it startled me when that young lad collapsed. So I stood up, and that must have been when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean.
The vase on your table.
Yeah, it was on my table. And that's how my groin came to be completely soaked.
Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today.
I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all?
Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo.
Wait a minute! If that's the case, there's more! I got more to say! Oh, yes, I remember something else.
Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom.
Wait! Listen to me!
Well, we seem to have been considerably sidetracked, and I am still not in a position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are 2 disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far. The mark on the coffee cup that the victim supposedly drank from with his left hand, and the earpiece, which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear.
Wow, Nick, you did it.
I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. There is one more thing before I call today's session to an end.
One more thing, Your Honor?
The witness we just heard from. He is most insistent that his testimony should be of use, so he's summarized it accordingly into this statement.
Okay.
You may each have a copy of it if you wish.
Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that.
Godot's really mad, huh? Yeah, I would be too.
Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies, my own, yours, and Mr. Godot's.
Yes, Your Honor. Victor's testimony. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry? This isn't a piece of testimony. More like a 5-year-old's apology. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies?
Oh, yeah, the judge didn't want it either.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
I mean, we could give one to Armstrong, because it was his vase. Hooray! I love it. This is perhaps the most useless trial that you've ever gone through in 3 games. Like, even a lot of heart. Like, the average witness, right? The average witness you knock down to just a few key statements, but even a lot of heart had a more useful, tiny piece of testimony than that. Even April May. The bellboy. Polly the parrot.
But nonetheless, we carry on. Carry on. I'm just going to get some music, but I am going to step away for 5 minutes. I think it's a good idea to try and take two breaks. I'll take a larger one later to eat something, but for now I just want to rest my voice for just a little while, because Victor Kudo is a difficult voice to do, especially when you're swapping back and forth in and out of it. Definitely pacing myself more than I used to. But we will return, and we will be in the Wright & Co. Lore Officers at 12:52 p.m. on January 7 in about 5-10 minutes. Alright. The investigation continues. We'll see what we can find out in this second half, maybe get a clearer picture of what the hell went down. The most interesting question to me is, who the fuck is this man?
So how do you think the trial went this morning?
How do you think it went?
It got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances.
Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee.
All we know is what old Mr. Kudo saw.
I'll jump into this. Oh, I am ready.
The apron straps and the ribbon.
And that the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionitis. Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh?
Yeah. We've got to find one for Maggie or she's going to have a terminal case of guilty.
That would be terrible. Well, I'm officially at a loss as to where to start.
Yeah, me too. Let's try some brainstorming. You go first.
I guess we should try to put Mr. Kudo's testimony to some sort of use.
Yeah, that's true.
And we need to figure out the identity of the waitress and who the victim really was. Somehow I think the key to this case has got to be at Très Bien.
Well then, let's get up. Let's go back there and check it out again. Oh, and we should drop in on Maggie and see how she's doing too.
Sensible. So, anything on your mind?
Actually, there is something.
Jesus, what was that? Oh. Huh?
I was wondering about Shiniope. You know, like, what he's like and stuff.
Well, he sounds like an Egyptian priest. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot about that guy.
I had to beat you so hard, you'll feel like yous were smooching the express train. Phoenix Wright? You saying you, Phoenix Wright? 'Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only.
So, people of the chat, do I need to adjust the volume of anything? Actually, I've learned a little something about my doppelganger.
Huh? You did? What did you find out?
Oh, yeah. Maya was working at the restaurant when I ran into Don Fonione. What the fuck? Am I not getting that reference? Don Fonione. Phonione?
I think it's something. Yeah, I think it's phony something.
Guanbush says you are balanced. Do you feel balanced?
Sound-wise, not mentally.
Yeah. Welcome, Snip, as the voice of the Shiniope. Let's just say he was such a terrible version of me that I wanted to sue for defamation. What's that guy's story, anyway? What does he have to gain by impersonating me? Alright. what have we got that's new? We got Victor's testimony, which for some reason is in front of all the other new evidence. A letter of apology from the old man. Aw, how sweet. Actually, it's his testimony, if you can call it that. So, what's it say? I broke the vase at my seat, I'm sorry. I used to break things all the time when I was little, you know. And I used to have to write apologies all the time, too. Well, Pearls and Adrian seem to have picked up where you left off. We've done that one. Autopsy? Even someone as worldly wise as me doesn't know everything about everything, Nick. So I, the great Maya, am sad to say I can't tell you much about this object. A simple yes or no, Maya. It's not as if you had to give me a dissertation. Shouldn't have anything about floor plans, but we'll do the go-through. Nothing about the photo. Coffee cup? That's the cup the poison was in, isn't it? Yup, and the stain on the rim shows that the victim used his right hand to pick it up. But the old man swore he saw the victim pick it up with his left hand. If Mr. Kudo wasn't mistaken, then what could account for this contradiction? Maybe I should try the lottery sometime, too. Sure, why not? If you hit the jackpot, you could win $500,000. So, what are you waiting for, Nick? Buy one! No way! Don't you know the lottery is a tax on people who are bad at math? Blah, fine then. At least I can add it to the newly renamed Paths to Wealth. I'll have to call Pearly later and have her add, buy lottery tickets whenever possible. It's almost surreal that this artsy apron is what got us this far. Well, as art goes, this piece definitely leaves an impression. I guess that means the old guy never saw the front of it, huh? Which means he didn't see the waitress's face, either. Well, there aren't any other women in this case, right? It's either her or you, right? Right? There's no other women that it could possibly have been. Right? I can't believe they found this in Maggie's pocket. Yeah, but she was passed out, right? So the killer could have easily planted it on her. Where do you even get a hold of something like this? It's not like you can go down to your local Costco and buy it in bulk for $5 a pound. She has got a point. How the killer got hold of this poison is pretty important. New Ear Otolaryngological Clinic. I guess if your eardrum was ruptured, you couldn't listen to the radio, huh? Yeah, it'd be pretty pointless to wear an earpiece of any kind. The medication in the bag is missing too, right? The mysterious vanishing medication. Much like our mysterious other person. I don't think there's anyone new here, but let's try him. Have you noticed the victims in our cases tend to be people we know nothing about, Nick? Take Glenn Elg, for example. Now that you mention it, we don't know what kind of guy he was or why he was killed. I say it's time to get out there and find some answers. I agree. It's the seedy old man. What's his name again? Vermin Kudo, is it? I can't remember either. I've never seen a witness mess up so badly in court before. Better stay away from him for a while, huh? Yep, might be more than seeds that he chucks at me next time. It's not Vermin Kudo, it's Kudo Supreme! Alright, we can go to the cop shop or to the jail. Spoiled for choice.
You could also present Scooter to Maya.
I will go back. Looks like Gumshoe's not here. Never mind that, what's going on? It feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge. What are you doing? Call in the officers for the briefing, quick! Can't you shut down the station's server? Chief,
Quit playing on the internet! But my email pen pal, Leet Asian Princess. 1337AZNPRINCESZ. Save it for later. I'm turning it off now. No! Leet Asian Princess! Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Keeping busy? More like panicking, if you ask me. Something's going on. Something big. Well, anyway. Hey, Maya, here's a bike. Actually, maybe, yeah, I started here. Have you got the loan contract? A loan of $500,000. I wonder what Mr. Armstrong did to get into that much debt. I'm gonna guess he spent money. Needlessly. You better watch your spending, too. Hey, I've got a great idea. What if Mr. Armstrong charged $20,000 for the twin tea set? If you hit people with that kind of bill, Maya, they'll hit back. Yeah, thought I got it right. And yeah, no, everything earlier than here she's saying. That thing must have been in an accident. It's a total wreck. That's what the guy I met at the park was writing, and I'm betting he's the fake me.
Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only.
His voice is still ringing in my ears. Introduce me next time, Nick. I want to meet Shinny Ope too. It's ringing in everyone else's too. There is no one here. These are the detectives' desks. And no, nothing new there. What's this guy doing? Even pickpockets can have their pockets picked. Slogans. I get tired of reading this guy's shit. It's always boring. Yeah, that one's not new. Hey, that's the police mascot, isn't it? It's so cute. I think we've had this one. This is the chief of detectives. He looks lost now that the power to his computer has been cut. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to write her a real letter instead of an email. Alternatively, you could write up some reports. Just a suggestion. Dear Leet Asian Princess, how are you? I'm okay. How was the show last night? Wow, what an awesome job. Maybe I should send in my resume and become chief. To the jail! I guess Maggie's still in questioning. But we've got questions to ask her too. Maggie! Maggie! I can't shout that name too loudly in my house. Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. Nobody named Maggie lives here, it's just... I won't go into detail, but that name would confuse someone who may hear me. Why does Mr. Image Training have the only turned-on computer in the station? I may yell Magaggy. That's not a bad idea. Alright, now we get to go to... Apparently we can only go to the restaurant if we stop by the jail first. Do I know why? No! Maybe because... the only people willing to eat there may as well be locked up? Nonetheless... Empty. As usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime too. I don't know if that's John or not. I don't know who that is. Someone's yelling.
Presumably not, because there's no obvious accent lines. That's it. Come on, come on, come on. Hey, that sounds like Gumshoe. Okay.
That's it! Come on, come on, come on! Just call an 8, pal. Come on, I know you can.
He's getting really worked up about something.
No, that's the wrong number! Looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff.
What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? I think he's doing some of the lottery tickets that were left behind as evidence.
Huh? Oh, it's you. I was just, I was just listening to the radio, pal.
To the radio. Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is. And he's having the twin tea set.
What can I say?
You can explain to us how you can possibly stomach it, maybe? A rack full of French fashion magazines. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Maya? I'm pretty sure I've looked at everything here, so I'm probably not going to read them all again. I just want to see if there's anything new. The problem is when the day resets, it also resets the ticks next to everything, so I have to check it all with my brain. Magical box that spits out money. Also known as a Twitch chat. Some boxes are more magical than others, Snip. Mine's not that magical compared to further up the list, but it has its moments. Hey Nick, do you think old CD was talking about a vase like this today in court? It does look like it's ready to fall over any second. Looks kind of fragile, too. I bet if Mr. Armstrong charged $10,000 for every vase a customer broke, he'd be able to pay off his loan really quickly. If you hit people with that kind of bill, Maya, they will hit you back. Beautiful winter wonderland. It's not white and it's not even snowing. There are lies that are okay to tell and lies that definitely aren't. All I did was tell an itty-bitty lie about non-existent white snow. The partition. Dum 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 dum. Da 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 da. Yeah, that's everything.
This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal?
You really drove her into a corner, you know.
You always blow apart my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do it today?
Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it. For once. Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese?
Would he have preferred crumbly like aged Parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find.
So, did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean.
Well, how did she put it again?
I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again.
Something like that.
Please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean...
Why? Why is this happening?
He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Oh man, poor Gumshoe. So, did you like the twin tea set? Sorry, Aaron, are we damaging your restaurant? With his head.
I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous my hands were shaking. My knees were weak as well. Should have stayed home and ate my mother's spaghetti.
So, how did it taste?
Well, for 20 bucks, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, really. It was, delicate.
Delicate?
You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you?
What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking.
That's it! I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. And I just realized. It's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. It's just kind of hard to admit it to yourself when you paid 20 bucks for it, you know?
Maybe he should have found out about the price after he had finished eating.
Hey, Nick. Maybe that's why Glen Elg came here. Maybe he heard about the Super Fierce Twin Tea set.
If by fierce you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glen Elg, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy.
Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, seeing as he's here?
Aaron, I am sure that you could make nicer food than the tea set. Even if you've never cooked before in your life, which I don't know about, so you know.
So what were you all excited about earlier?
Huh? That's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something.
Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited.
Come on, Detective Gumshoe, you can tell little old me. What were you listening to?
Nothing, really. It was just the, daily exercise show.
Holy shit. I've never seen a gumshoe cyclock before. Granted, it's pathetic, but still! What? It sounded like he was doing lottery tickets, though, to me. What the... A cyclock?
Ha ha ha! This lunch special's lobster sure is great.
Then why are there tears in your eyes?
It looked at me like he was doing lottery tickets that he shouldn't have been doing. Like these. La 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 la. Since it's one lock, I might even try that, because we've already got the lottery ticket in our inventory. Though that might be a mistake. Let's just present stuff to him first.
Is that thing real, pal?
Why does everyone keep asking me that?
I wonder what this phony of yours is like.
He had Maggie found guilty of murder, doesn't that tell you?
It tells me the guy's cruising for a bruising.
You're really caring, aren't you, Detective Gumshoe? About Maggie, I mean.
Hey, are you putting this up for sale, pal?
No. Why would you want a busted scooter up like... Why would you want a busted up scooter like this anyway?
Yeah, plus the seat's all covered in pigeon poop.
Who cares? If it runs, that's all that matters to me.
My phony was riding this bike. Maybe if I head back to the park, it'll be there again.
I haven't got anything to say about that, pal. Just take it away already, please.
Spending $20 on this has got to be killing him inside.
Sorry, pal. Can't discuss anything connected to the case.
Hey, I thought you said you were gonna help us out.
Can't help you out if I don't have any info.
Yeah, I suppose the retrial has only just begun. I've seen that one before. He's the one who gave us the loan contract, so I'm sure I've shown him that. Nothing about Victor's apology. Nothing about the autopsy. Nothing about the floor plans. Makes sense. Nobody ever has anything to say about floor plans. Nothing about the photo. Nothing about the coffee cup. A one-way ticket to happiness, huh? Glenn Elg died because of this ticket. Yeah, but it's still a one-way ticket to happiness, pal. And Maggie was found guilty of murder because of it, too.
Looks like anything about Maggie is an instant conversation stopper.
Yeah, he's got a real soft spot for her, and it obviously hurts when you hit it. That's the apron Maggie was wearing. Yeah, it still smells like her, too.
Does this mean Maggie smells like ketchup?
Evidently. We never did find the contents of that bag.
It was medicine for Mr. Elg's ruptured eardrum, right?
Yeah, we found traces of it in his left ear canal. He must have used it while he was at Tribulations. Gumshoe wouldn't say it like that. He must have used it while he was at Tribulations. We're sure of that much. Who's new for him? I guess the victim might be worth looking at. Maggie again. Maybe Godot. Mr. Godot agreed to take this case just so he could face you, pal. He was working on a bunch of more important cases, but he canceled them all. Oh, I should read the rest of that.
But then, why didn't Mr. Godot take this case when Maggie's first trial came up?
Yeah, that is kind of odd. I mean, everyone thought the defense was Phoenix Wright. So why didn't he try to fight me then? Well, according to Mr. Godot, he knew the guy was a phony right away, so he didn't want to bother with the trial. He couldn't be bothered to tell the judge? That is odd. Maggie's probably crying all alone right now, huh?
Yeah, thanks to you.
Ah! I'm sorry! I'm so sorry!
Maya, don't torch poor Gumshoe's feelings like they're cups of cheap creme brulee. You're really crazy about Maggie, aren't you?
No, I'm just... It's not that I... You don't have to hide it, Gumshoe. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, you're way too plain looking for Maggie, right?
I'd arrest you right now if you weren't so right. This guy was a real programming genius. They call him the walking computer at the place where he worked.
What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden?
Oh, he wasn't literally a computer, Maya. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun?
Fun? Oh, I know. So have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elk works yet? You might as well.
His workplace? Where's that?
A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. or something like that.
Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Let's go.
Computers aren't really my thing, Maya.
We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff.
I wonder about that. It's just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look. A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc., huh? I know I look a little rough around the edges, but the truth is, I'm a lot more detective-like than I used to be.
Really? Like what part?
Like the color of my coat.
Ah, you're right.
Yeah, but what about what's inside the coat? You know, in all my years, I've never seen a witness who was that confused before. Yeah, you look pretty confused by his testimony. Nothing against old guys, I like him and all. But he sounded like he was pretty sure about what he saw.
Yeah, that's the impression I got, too.
Me three. But then, why doesn't even a single part of his testimony corroborate with any of the facts?
You know what that chef said to me? Oh, Lala, your body is full of latoxines. And then he gave me this bottle.
What's in it?
I don't know, the label says juniper. But I'll tell you what, this stuff works like a charm. I slept like a rock last night.
Really? That's nice. Alright, Gumshoe is Dunshoe, except for the Cyclock. Fuck it, I'm just gonna try this. If I take damage, I take damage. The radio. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to?
No way, pal. Now that you made a big thing out of it, I'm not gonna tell you.
We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to... I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big, just like Glen Elg.
It's like you can see right through me.
Huh? I've cracked him already?
See, pal? That's why I said it was nothing.
Not quite as funny as the 4 Cyclock old bag one, where we just had to give her one item and she broke all 4 locks at once, but yeah.
I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try.
What's with everyone in the lottery? So, how'd it go?
I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elg, you see. And they've got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on the air. It's intense, pal.
I bet that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day he was killed.
Yeah, out of his broken ear.
Yeah, what time is it now?
Oh, what time is it now?
It's just after 1:30.
And are the lottery results always broadcast at the same time?
Yeah. Look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket.
Millionaire Radio Flyer. Experience the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30 p.m.
Millionaire Radio? That sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick.
Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. Alright, Gumshoe is Dunshoe. Let's go now to either the kitchen, or the park, or blue screens. We'll go to the kitchen first while we're here.
Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. I'll be back next month.
Just gonna wait for it to come on screen just in case.
Might have to turn the game down. For you.
Naturellement, I will be waiting for you.
Thoughts on audio balance? Well, no, I can't do that because that'll turn you down as well. Well, I hope he's balanced enough. No, I can. I just have to do it from here. Does this affect the volume of... Yes, it does. I can see it. I'll lower it a little. Okay, we'll continue.
If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here.
No, I will have everything ready, I promise.
I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles.
No, stop it, I beg you.
Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you.
Mais no! This is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle.
Talk to anyone, and I'll drive a knife right through your heart.
Oh no! You don't have to worry. No, you worry far too much. Maybe this will help you. Relax. It is less oil of sandalwood.
I do love raw meat from time to time.
Ah!
What the fuck is this scene?
I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye. For now.
I have leisure. I must rub some of my oil all over my body before I become the nervous wreck. See? Oh, oui. Oui, that feels good.
Ah!
Oh la la. Excusez-moi, monsieur.
My eyes! My eyes!
Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this, la oil of sandalwood.
This is just this is just the leftovers of what you were just using. Okay. Thanks, Aaron.
You're welcome.
There is more, but just, you know. Well, Snip, I might not have delivered those lines in quite the same way, but I think it's funnier that they were delivered in this way. So, you know, I'm...
Oh, I don't doubt that. No.
Okay.
I like personally, I wanted to see you deliver those.
And I'm glad you never will. I have a certain limit. Like, if I ever do Kingdom Hearts, right? Obviously, Kingdom Hearts has a lot of voice acting, but the earlier games have quite a bit of text. And, I have a plan on how to voice Donald Duck without having to do a Donald Duck voice. There are situations where I'm just like, you know what, this isn't worth it, and I just go dead.
That smells good. Something's bubbling away nicely in that pot. It must be the lobster and abalone fricassee with balsamic vinaigrette.
Isn't that what I ate yesterday for lunch?
Yeah, I think it's been permanently burned into my brain now. As an example of what truly awful food tastes like.
Better to taste really good if it was prepared well. There's probably nothing in here that's new. What are the lace curtains for? Nothing really. There's a book. Nope, that's the mirror. Clarice Armstrong's Bedtime Literature. A collection of poems. I think I've done this, right? I'm pretty sure that was in one of the previous... Yeah. So I have read that before. There's the bottles, 100 bottles, and we grabbed the weird one. Yeah, nothing's changed here. I will fire you. Find Chris and get him to fire you too. Then again, I remember some things that come out of his mouth and maybe not. Alright, that's everything. I see a bunch of red ticks. We're fine. Apart from the red ticks, which are forming a union. Let us talk to Armstrong. Très bien. You don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong?
No, you're right, monsieur. But perhaps that is the perfect time for you to visit me, no? Now I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you la dish supreme.
Putting on a brave face, huh?
That's what girls do, Nick.
But you're right. Business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand it. They think it is trade. I just wanted people to know that my restaurant was exclusive.
The name of the restaurant literally translates to very good, doesn't it? Or very nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
But they think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays?
Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry.
Yeah, it's beans on trays. That's the restaurant. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya?
But this restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I will defend it to la finale. No one will take it from me.
So who was that woman you were just talking to?
Oh la la, you saw that?
Well, yes. Sorry, it wasn't hard to miss. I mean, sorry, it was hard to miss.
So, who was she? She looked so polite and
Graceful. She did not look grateful. She looked so polite and graceful. No, she didn't. She had bandages on her head, and she was threatening to burn the place down and stab you with a knife. Anyway, go on.
Polite? Graceful?
I don't get it either.
And she likes raw meat and fires, right? I'll be back next month.
Oui, naturellement. I will be waiting for you.
If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here.
No, I will have everything ready. I promise.
For the record, I am attempting to deliver those lines creepily. However, the scene partner is changing the direction. That is my statement on what happened there. Now that I think about it, hey Maya, I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having. I don't.
You think so? Well, then let's show him that piece of evidence and see what happens.
What could that be? Alright, let's see what's worth showing you. Have you ever seen this scooter before? Yes, he went all concerned there with ellipses and everything.
What is it?
Is this your scooter?
No, I saw it before in Vitamin Square, you see. I keep reading that as Vietnam Square.
Mon Dieu! No, no, no! Take it away! Do not show that to me!
Talk about an allergic reaction. I think we have shown John everything from the first half. Like, I don't think there's going to be anything new if I show the lunch. I'm just going to read it. I'm just going to speed read it first, see if it's worth performing. I think that's new. The earlier ones won't be, but no, we'll do the meal.
Oh la la! So you have eaten my lunch, oui? Tell me, monsieur, did you enjoy la lunch I prepared for you?
It was unique and wild mixture of flavors.
That was the first time I ever had lobster, you know.
Lobster? There was no lobster in my lunch.
Huh? But it said lobster right on the menu.
Mademoiselle Maya, please you must read the menu more carefully. It says, a dish inspired by lobster and abalone friscasse with a balsamic vinaigrette.
Oh, it's inspired, is it?
Oui, inspired by these ingredients, but perhaps made from them, ne sais pas.
Well, I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles, Nick. The way the lunch tasted, it's probably 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. We'll skip the loan, because that's the next story thing. Presumably, though, there's a lot of duds that we don't have to read, but I'm just going to check them. Oh, the broken vase, yeah. Kudo's testimony.
1 second.
Yeah, you have to go hunting for the script.
Yeah, that's not one of the options, so I don't know what to do here.
Well, what's the... officially, you're looking for Victor's testimony.
Victor's testimony. Okay, I have that.
Yep.
Ah, it is true. My vases are broken all the time. I bought a new one that last day, or not, the next day after the incident, but they wouldn't let me put it on the table because of the investigation.
Wow, that was just all you. I didn't have to do a thing. I could have had a nap. Okay, doubt you have anything for an autopsy report. Nope. And I'm pretty sure that's the same line as last time. No, you wouldn't... Well, you might have something for floor plans. It's your restaurant. No. Nobody ever has a word to say about the floor plans. Floor plans are very useful. I don't know why everybody just snubs the floor plans. Nothing for the crime photo. Nothing for the coffee cup. The coffee cup. What about the winning lottery ticket that you wanted to burgle? Oh, look, you have something to say about that. Catch your interest, did it?
If only I had taken the right lottery ticket, I would not have any debts right now. I would be free.
Look on the bright side, Mr. Armstrong. You won $1, right? A lack of remorse for having stolen something. Priceless. Nothing about the apron? That's weird, because it's technically your apron. How about poison? Nope. Missing medicine? Wait, no, that makes perfect sense. He steals things. Victim's prescription bag. Nope, not a word. Millionaire radio flyer. Not a word. Okay. People, I don't think there's anyone new except for Glenn Elg, and I think we got Victor Kudo's profile late. So Glenn Elg, the victim, if he has anything to say about that. La Dead Man.
I don't have transcript for that.
Glenn Elg?
No.
Really?
I think that's in part 1.
Oh. Well, La Dead Man, La First in La Restaurant. No way! You mean the first customer you ever had? None. It was the first time I've had a dead man in my restaurant. Such a aim to lose a customer after only his first meal here. So I did it as Microsoft Sam. 404, dialogue not found. Yeah, that's nothing interesting. Okay, Jean's loan contract is what we are told to present, so that's gotta be in part 2, because it's part of the plot. I think.
Yes.
So long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with the broken wings.
An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it.
Oui, they kept harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them.
Help them? With what?
Mais, bien sûr, if I did not owe them money, I would have refused. but my hands were tied.
Please, what did you agree to help them with?
No, I cannot say. If I tell you, that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with la salad garnish.
And you sound happy when you say that. Or at least your sprite looks happy. Ew! I hope he doesn't mean that he'll be literally sliced up and served with garnish. Probably tastes better than his own food. I'm gonna guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract. Am I right? Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. As an actor, you appear to have interpreted every line that says "ah" as a moan rather than an exclamation of shock or surprise. Now, I'm not saying stop doing that. I'm just making the observation and putting it on the table. The woman just now. I believe that's the same one we had before, but now we've unlocked more. The woman who was here earlier, I take it that she's,
Why has it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in the debt. It is a sign of the bad world we live in, huh?
No, I'd say it's more of a sign of bad culinary skills.
The woman who is here, the scary woman, she is from the loan office.
Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from?
Oui, tender lender, it is called.
Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money.
Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10.
$10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya.
Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much.
So Tender Lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh?
I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case.
Tender Lender.
I am weak, woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to him loaning me the money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like his slave. I have to do everything that he tells me.
Who's this he?
The tiger.
The tiger?
Oui, he is the manager of the Tinderlander, a terrifying man, the big city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling, and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of the battered old scooter ride, I start to cry.
A big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter? Does this guy resemble me by any chance?
Oh, no. This man has a presence, a most formidable personality. Although, he does have the spiky hair just like you. There is a resemblance here, I suppose.
Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all.
If you want to visit the Tinderlander, it is beyond Vitamin Square.
Hey, Nick. If you need money, I can loan you some. As long as it's less than $3.
Thanks for the offer. Just beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Okay, I think that's everything we can get out of Jean for now, but we have 2 places to go. We can explore what's his corpse's work, or we can explore Vitamin Square. Oh god, gumshoe. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. We got a big meeting starting in a bit.
About Maggie's case, you mean?
Nah, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside.
Okay. Well, see you later then.
Bye. You better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I've kind of got a favor to ask. It's a big one. A favor.
It's for, Maggie, actually. I was kind of hoping you'd give this to her for me.
What is it?
It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I've been real worried about her. She looked like she'd lost a lot of weight.
Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on Earth who could down this much meat.
You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of their tender juiciness. So will you give it to her? It took me ages to make, so please say you will, pal.
I can't exactly say no, can I?
Gumshoe's lunchbox given to Maya to carry. A tenderly homemade lunchbox fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies.
Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry.
Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie.
He's finally gone. So, technically next down the list is Vitamin Square, which will lead us towards the loan shark. We have 2 leads. I kind of want to go to blue screens first because we got that lead earlier. But we will get to the loan sharks eventually. January 7, Blue Screens Inc. And these are some interesting people. Ooh, I know this music. Who had this music in the second game? Was it in the circus? Blum, blum, blum. Blum, 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 blum.
Is it this Eeny Meeny?
Or it was in Eeny Meeny. Yeah, okay, sure. That works.
Wow! This place is so high-tech! You can almost smell the electricity in the air.
It is a computer firm, Maya. It can't work without electricity, you know?
Who are you? Oh, hello? I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow! What secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood.
Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show.
My name is Lisa Basil. I'm the company director.
Director? She's human? She seems more like a ghost in the shell. I'm also a palindrome person. That makes sense. If she works with Glen Elg, they're keeping the theming. She's also got the Scouter, and she's got a little mic bit. Lisa Basil. Yep. Age fuck knows. The CEO of Blue Screens Inc. and Glen Elg's boss. Absolutely not a robot. And that thing over her eye. Isn't that the same device as Glen Elg's?
That's a DMH, right?
Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD.
All of my programmers here at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs. Then do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one.
Also, these guys seem to have like a... Oh, I know who I'm thinking of. This reminds me of Weird Ed Edison from Day of the Tentacle when he's having his little meltdown after you fuck with his stamps. And he hunches over the desk, screams at you. His face ain't red, but if it was red, that'd be a dead ringer.
Hey, look, Nick! It's a supercomputer! It looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it?
Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. Phoenix. No.
That explains why we don't use the computer in our office.
You work there too, Maya.
Yeah, but at least I'm...
Please, don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise, the computer will laugh at you.
She said she'd laugh at us, Nick.
She's a human, Maya, not a computer. He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he?
Wow. I bet that's where the pro and programmer comes from, huh? I guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels.
Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Maybe I could become old CD's apprentice.
What about your spirit medium training? Yeah, never mind your life calling and your family obligations. Just fuck off and become an old man that throws pigeons at birds. Sorry, seeds at pigeons. Those pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling.
Nah, they just look a bit twisted or warped or whatever word I'm looking for.
This office was designed with a futuristic feel in mind.
Futuristic?
Yes. We tried to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. It helps to soothe and calm the soul.
On second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place is really unsettling.
I agree with you, Nick.
Wow, look at this mess!
Looks like they're all betting tickets.
What kind of betting tickets?
For betting on which horse will win a given race, they're horse racing tickets.
Oh, wow. His drawers are stuffed with full of these.
Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. I think Glen Elg might have had a bit of a problem. Losing horse racing tickets. Found in Glen Elg's desk, 500 of them.
This many tickets would get you, what?
$1 down at the recycling center?
But I didn't know you were so hard up that you try to profit from the dead, Nick.
I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya.
Whoa, look at this desk, Nick! What a mess.
Looks pretty average to me.
But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this.
You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. She's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry, then.
Hey, this calendar.
What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it.
Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen.
December 3rd? That's the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Is there anything else?
Yeah, it says, meet with the tiger.
The tiger? I like how that's written cleverly, so that you can encounter that before or after you've heard of the tiger before. He's either stumbling because it's a new term, or he's stumbling because it's a familiar one. It's nicely done. It's malleable. The more I play this case, the more I'm reminded of the flaw inherent in the fact that a month has gone by. Every other case, the murder scenes are all fresh. It's always within days. But this one, everything happened a month ago, and yet for some reason, his desk has not been touched. Like, these people don't sound particularly empathetic. Why would they just leave all this stuff like this for a month? When the case was closed? Why is there still police tape around the restaurant table when the case was closed? It's almost as if they designed this the same way they design every other case and then later decided to put a month gap. Because everything points towards the same sense of recency that you get in every other case. There's no special considerations made for the time gap. Which would have been interesting to have to, like, investigate when everything was, like, closed and locked away, and you have to, you know, work harder to find stuff. But alas. So, what exactly is this firm's business?
I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management.
It doesn't matter. They analyze stuff. You got that much, right?
The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs? Yes, compact disc. Digital optical storage media.
Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music.
It is a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Excuse me, incredibly ugly man. What are you working on right now?
I'm researching the impact of logical access to shared global variables. Obviously, programming structure heavily influences response time and performance, and variables of memory overheads is vitally important to the success of the execution.
Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. Did all you good people follow all of that? Yeah?
Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. You know about what happened, right, you know about what happened, right, Miss Basil?
You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know. It's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier, too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Inc. Oh.
And yeah, CDs as data storage in a game that is written when CDs were already on the way out, and set 10 years after that, was a bit of a mistake. But they worked with what they had, I guess. It would have been weirder if they'd made something up. How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you cleared it out already?
No, not yet. It's this one, right in front of you. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it.
I guess there might be a clue out here somewhere. We've already examined it. But we can do the evidence game with her.
Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry. That... Oop.
I accidentally skipped, so now I'm going to go to the next one before I keep reading it.
I'm sorry. That data is super admin restricted desktop access password protected. Super admin and restricted desktop access password protected? What? This is madness.
No, Maya, this is Sparta. She won't tell us unless we say the right code word.
Jesus, that is such a stretch! A code word? Sesame! If it's not Sesame, then it must be her mother's maiden name. That's how it always is.
There's no point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. I guess she just doesn't want to talk about this.
Maybe we should focus on asking about Glen Elg. What do you say?
Oh, this was left by the victim. Nope. This is way too long for a dismissal line. I might not show her everything out of extra caution and pay attention to what they said. I mean, this is about Glen Elg's murder. Nope. Job listings will be a no. Lunch special will be a no. Scooter will probably be a no, but I'm checking anyway because it might be about the tiger. Glenn's autopsy. It's Glenn related. No. Well, the best thing to do with a security question like that is to answer a different question and then remember it. Like, select what is your mother's maiden name, and then have the response to that be the answer to a completely different question that you never tell anybody. Then you just need to remember your matchup. Well, Guan, I believe this game came out in 2004 in Japan, but it was not localized for the West until 2007, 8, or 9. I believe the first Phoenix Wright was localized in 2005. So, the timeline sort of works. We're just gonna get this all the time, aren't we? This could be a thing. Victim's prescription bag. That's got to do with Glen Elg. As does the stuff that we just picked up in here. So we've got 3 to look for. Nope. But I picked it up right here.
Do you want to speed this up?
I'm up to the last one. Presumably the only person that she'll say anything about is Glenn. Or herself. She might talk about herself. We'll ask her about herself then, Glenn. Jesus Christ! Oh, I guess that makes sense. She's restricting information about herself. About Mr. Elg. He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. Oh? Like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he was really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. I gotta find out what this trouble was exactly. Glenn's troubles. About Mr. Elg. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry? Why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself in trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Oh wow, the negative made that programmer in the back look amazing. 3 Cyclops? I guess Mr. Elg is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. How miserable. His compulsive gambling was one problem with his personality. Another problem with his personality at this job is that he had one. Yeah, that's it. There's nothing else to get from her except unlock the Cyclops, which I mean, I'm sure half of the shit would be from here, but the implication is we probably need to go speak to the loan sharks before we fully get through to her. There it is. I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you? Maybe he went to buy another ton of bird seeds. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway. At least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. Alright. I'd be happy to never see Kudo again, but we'll see. I don't feel that lucky. Heaps of pigeons. This place is so fruity. Maya encouraging Phoenix to go down the slide. Maya loved sandboxes. Searching for iron filings with a magnet. I'm pretty sure we had these last time. I just don't want to reread shit. Hey, check this out. I wouldn't get too close to that if I were you. Otherwise you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine. A tiger. Loose in the city.
Meanwhile, the real Phoenix is like an abandoned chick, lost in a vast urban jungle.
Huh?
Don't worry. Someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope.
Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? Nothing. The man ain't there. But we can go meet him at his house, presumably, if he's the tiger. Tender lender. Win through compromise. It looks very Yakuza office. January 7, tender lender.
This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it?
Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. And that is, as they say, a very good thing.
Welcome.
Talk about a creepy voice. It makes your soul want to shrivel up and die.
You're here. To discuss a loan?
No, not exactly.
The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly. Please.
She's gone. Just like that. I guess we'll just have to come back another time.
But this is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick, let's take a look around, okay?
Do you think it'd be okay?
Of course. No one will ever know. Coffee? Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly.
Yes, thank you.
Do not touch the desk, please.
Nick, let's get out of here. Now she wants to get out of here. No one is here to talk to. But I imagine there's an awful lot to look at. We got the beginnings of the word tenderlender in orange outside. Got a punching bag.
What's this?
It's a punching bag.
What? No way, you wouldn't catch me walking around with a bag like that.
What do you mean walking around?
The design's gross to start with, and it's way too heavy to be practical. And why is it called a punching bag? Don't people know messenger bags are in? I knew it. I was right before, back at Tribulations. Paris fashion is more my thing.
I really, really hope she's pulling my chain on this one.
I think no. That's one impressive desk on one impressive rug.
It's solid gold, Nick. Gold! Just look at that shine! Only real gold shines like that.
Would you really want such a shiny desk, though?
I don't know, but let's see what it's like to sit at a solid gold desk. Wow! I'm completely dazzled!
That's because it's completely dazzling.
I can see up my nose in the reflection. That's gotta be really distracting.
So the desk isn't practical. No surprise there.
Oh no, somebody's dropped the ashtray on the floor. That's gonna be a nightmare to clean up.
Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything.
I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal.
How did she manage to knock one of those over? Aren't they supposed to be super heavy?
Oh hey, there's a book of matches here too.
Matches, huh? Places don't give those out much nowadays. Hey, wait a second.
What is it?
Look what's printed on the cover. It says Très bien. Matches used for advertising. Found lying in tender lender. Suddenly we're playing L.A. Noire! These matches could come in handy. We might be able to use them.
Yeah, the pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out.
Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. That's what I associate matchbooks with. Play an L.A. Noire, and there was like 3 different occasions you find a matchbook and you follow it to a pub.
Hey, look at this Parisian-style coat. It's so chic.
Looks more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion. What's that one on the left?
Hey, look at this. This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick.
The same color as my suit.
Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, you've got to take a look at this. Some cake? I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise... Sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said.
Yeah, sure.
I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you. Understand? I'm scared, Nick.
So, what were you getting so excited about before?
Look, on the lapel of this suit.
That's an attorney's badge.
Is the tiger a lawyer?
No way, look at this thing, it's made of paper. Paper badge. Made of cardboard and painted to look authentic. And that worked. It worked at the court. It worked on the judge. It worked on the cops. It worked all the way to the guilty verdict. And now it's in my court record.
For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me, Nick.
Why doesn't anybody recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? It worked for people who have met Phoenix, yeah.
Let's see, this round doll thing is called a daruma, I think. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured in case you were wondering.
You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change?
I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always right himself. Go on, Nick. Give him a good shove.
Only if I feel like dying.
Now this...
Hey, thanks for the follow. I mean, I've looked at your name for a month, but I haven't figured out quite how to say it. So I'm going to say thanks, Joel. Because I'd rather not get it wrong.
Now this yellow thing. This is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king? Not that I'm an expert or anything. I'm more of a reversey person, you know.
Assuming she knows what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they?
Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out from under here.
What is it? A repair bill? Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane! Shinkin Rui. Cool.
The car's registered to the Cadaverinis.
I want to meet the localizers one day and shake their hands. Huh, so it's not even the Tiger's car. Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? Phoenix, for a lawyer, you need to learn a bit about how organized crime works. And last thing, win through compromise.
I wonder what that's supposed to mean.
It must mean something if they took to the trouble to frame it like that.
Yeah, well, it still doesn't make any sense to me. That... Ah! That's Tenderlender's guiding principle. Oh? Compromise the customer to win. Oh, I see. How about you, Nick?
Yeah, well, as long as we don't have to compromise my hair, I'd say we're okay. That's one slogan no business owner should ever explain to their customers. And lastly, we have what's on top of this desk. We have this lovely pink radio. CD player. Because that's what we had in the mid-2010s. Yeah, we all used our CD players. There's a CD player on the desk, but the desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can hear it.
The lid's open.
I wonder what kind of music the Tiger's into.
Have you finished the coffee?
Yes, thanks. It was lovely.
So, you drank it all. If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup.
That coffee. It was sliced with something. I'm almost sure of it.
Nick! My stomach! It's killing me! Oh, wait. Maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast.
I sure hope so! We better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the?
What? It's not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger?
It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc in pen. MC Bomber.
What?
This must be the CD Maggie told us about.
Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal.
I don't. No way, that woman will make us drink more coffee if we do.
Sorry, I was expecting you to say MC Bomber was added.
Fair enough. Ah! Come out from under the desk, Maya.
What are you two? What are you two snooping around in my office for?
Nothing. We were just...
Ah! My precious carpet! You's got ash on my rug. You's gonna wish your ugly feet never came through my door.
It wasn't us! He said something after it wasn't us, but then I clicked.
You's wanna argue with me? Is that what you's doing? You think you's can take me on? I'm gonna flatten you's into pancakes and turn you's into my new rugs.
Oh. Don Tigre. You're back.
That voice, it's like evil seeping into your head through your ears.
I'm sorry, Don Tigre. I knocked over that ashtray earlier, and...
Has she got a death wish or what?
Oh, right.
Huh?
Forget about it, Violetta. It's nothing.
What?
I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear?
That is so unfair.
Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan.
Phoenix Wright.
Yes?
You's either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now you's gotta come and mess up my plan.
So it was him. He's my phony.
But I don't care. No one gets in my way.
What? He really does look like Phoenix in this sprite alone. He's got the Phoenix face. Well, give or take the red skin and the eye scar and the evilness. But... what? I mean, excuse me?
You should have left the little girl at home, right?
I have a few things I want to ask.
No questions. This is the last time we meet, you hear?
Wait! Please!
That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him.
Like you're one to talk. I didn't hear you scream hold it either.
The espresso. And cookies.
This woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta? Whew. Thanks again, Snip, for doing the tiger's voice for me and sparing my throat. The sort of intensity good enough to knock me out for 3 days.
My throat is expendable.
Of course. Your screen name is a relic from when you were really into anime. Are you no longer really into anime, then? That's... I wasn't aware someone could reform from that. Anime is not one of my vices in the nerdosphere. I've only watched a few, but... I've never heard of used to be really into anime. That's a new one. It means new type of person. But then you misspelled it. Well, that means it's yours. It's a new type of slightly misspelled person, or a new type of slightly altered person. That, if anything, is in keeping with the spirit of the definition. At least, that's how I'd spin it. Everybody wants me to insult them. Well, two of the people who want me to insult them are my fellow voice actors in this case, and
Insult me, Daddy.
oh my god, shut up.
You've got a problem with me?
Oh, yeah, that makes it easier. Yeah, I do have a problem, Snip. Your character's tongue is disgusting, and he keeps just sticking it out while he's talking, and it's putting me off of the lunch that I'm not eating.
Okay, clearly I thought let's act with him like that.
Yeah, that's my director's notes for you. More tongue. Meanwhile, Aaron, my director's notes for you. Less tongue. So much less tongue. Just have that thing removed. Get the Game of Thrones treatment when you badmouth the king. That's how we should go with you. Havoc Helsing, meanwhile, you're just not as interesting as the people I just insulted, so I don't even know what to say about you. Which kind of technically counts. Now, we've looked...
Also counts as a compliment for me.
Yeah, it's a bonus. Everything here has been looked at, and I think that's why everybody showed up. So we got a bunch of stuff. We've got the Trabian matches, not that interesting. We got the paper badge, which is interesting. We got the $15,000 repair bill paid by Tigray to the Cadaverini family. And then we have the MC Bomber CD, which I don't think we actually... I don't think we took it, did we? Maybe we did. But MC Bomber is a name written by the victim in the paper. So here we have Violetta. Just Violetta. We don't know anything about her other than that. Possibly part of the staff here and a thoroughly bitter person. You don't get hyperfixated and you don't have enough time to watch 1,000 episodes or something. Yep, that's fair. I'm back and forth. Like, I played the Yakuza games 0 through to 6 last year. And those were like 100 hours each. I 100%ed 5 of them, so probably more. And I did that over 6 months, and so I'm not quite past the ability to get hyperfixated on something. But I took breaks. I played 2 games, then I took a month off doing other things, and I played 2 games, and it took me longer than 6 months, actually. It would have taken me 9. It was just 6 months of actually playing it. I didn't stream those, though, because if I was going to do that, I would have to, I probably wouldn't 100% them. I didn't play the latest one, though. I just played the first story arc, and then the 7th one, or the new one, starts with a new protagonist, and so I thought I can leave that for now. Tender Lender, Violetta. So, I'm kind of curious about your company, Tender Lender.
With the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business. A conscientious rate of interest, and an attractive repayment policy.
Why do I get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well?
We will tenderly lend you that little bit extra here at Tender Lender. Hey Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from our card game for starters. Why did you take out a loan?
Would I like to take out a loan from a place like this? Not so much.
Tender Lender is on your side.
So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then?
We'd give you more coffee. Strong coffee.
Right. I think I'd rather skip town.
Hey, just remember, I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well.
So, do you know about the incident we're investigating?
What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here. That incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager.
The manager being the tiger?
Furio Tigre.
Furio Tigre. So that's where the tiger thing comes from.
Shinny Hope's got a real name! Nick, hurry up and find out more about him.
Since we don't have a talk option, I assume you mean we have one of these now? Yes, the head of the Tenderland Loan Company, also known as the Tiger. He is 42. And Phoenix is like 24, so... Seriously, how did this work? I don't know. Let's show her our attorney's badge for fun. Nothing. About this.
More coffee? You must have more.
No, thanks. I've had enough, really. I'm so thirsty.
I don't leave the office. I can't tell you about anything. Except Don Tigre.
Right. So you wouldn't know anything... Well, you might know something Tribien related, because we've seen you in Tribien. So you just lied to us, you do leave the office, but that would probably be asking about Jean, not about the evidence in Tribien. What about Scooter? No, doesn't know about Don Tigre's scooter, that's okay. How about Jean's loan, because that was with Tenderlender. Nope. Nope, 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 nobody, nope, 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 nobody, nope. This, maybe? Meet with the tiger? Nope. Well, we will show her the things that we found here. Nope. Nope. Lot of nope. Okay, well, we'll ask about Jean, because we know you've met him. Denying it, though. Alright. We'll ask about you. Nothing to say about herself, just like Lisa Basil. Okay, Tigre it is. Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre.
Cookie? Sure. How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Go ahead, Nick. The honor is all yours.
No, ladies first, Maya. No matter how I look at this, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and this scary girl doing working together?
We are lovers.
That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. No. If anything, I'd be more convinced that you were Jean Armstrong's lover. But that's not my fault. That is Aaron's fault.
And I owe Don Tigre my life. He's the one who saved me.
The tiger saved you?
Please, address him properly as Don Tigre. Otherwise, I'll have to...
Okay, Don Tigre. Of course. I'm sorry. He saved her life. I'd sure like to know how that happened. Also, what is with the head bandages? Is that a temporary circumstance for you, or is that just a fashion accessory? Those are bandages, right? Like, it's not a head clip, it's literally just tied bandages. Saved your life?
I'm very frail, you see. Just recently I died once. You died? About 4 months ago. The doctor said to abandon all hope.
I guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the river Styx.
But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything.
Everything?
When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy.
No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe.
I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso.
I still wonder about what's in her coffee. So, is that why you've got that bandage around your head?
This.
So what's the story with the bandage?
They put it on after the operation.
Operation?
It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury.
A fatal injury? Maya just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you had died once? Oh no. Oh no. She really creeps me out, Nick. Same here, but we've got to find out the truth. Well, I'm not tackling that. Not immediately. Presumably there's at least one thing we need to go find before we did that. So let's be on our bloody way. We've been pretty much everywhere, so now we're just going to go person hunting. For lack of a better way of putting it.
There he is! Old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again.
Oh no.
There! Take this! And this! And get out of my park!
Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya. Just keep your head down. Let's sneak away while we still can.
What? Why? Hello, old man!
What are you doing, Maya?
Eh? Tch.
Hey, he just turned his back on us.
I'm not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in court this morning.
Hey, Mr. Kudo!
Pigeon. Yeah.
Look, we really need to talk to you, alright?
Out with the demons! In with the good fortune!
Ow, ow, ow! Seeds!
Shell splinters. Painful. I always knew you were a demon, Maya. I like his music, but I've had enough of him for today. Alright. I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today.
Yeah, everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. A dirty old man who was so busy looking at the serving girl's backside that he can't remember her face. A filthy, depraved animal.
Not at all. Okay, a little bit.
Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. She put some white powder into that young lad's Javachino.
We hear you.
And another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece. On the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles.
We're really sorry.
So I made a little mistake about the vase, so what? I know what I saw. I tell you.
Okay, take it easy, please, Mr. Kudo.
Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take this!
You said you were a craftsman, right?
Ah, the modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves.
Surely it's not that.
I come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the shoguns. Do you hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer. I was born one.
Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself.
I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose and scream right down his ear hole, "Objection!"
Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood, that's all.
I've got a tsunami of frustration inside, and it's ready to burst out.
Have you looked into Viagra? If we let him start rambling now, we might never shut him up. What should I do? Cut in, suck it up. Let him go. Guess I better let him talk. So there's not much call for craftsmen these days, then?
Of course not, you idiot! All I'm good for nowadays is running errands.
Errands?
Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of two-bit community handyman?
Well...
Buy some bread, now that I can understand. But what's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't people say what they mean? Get lost, that's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I?
I'm sure you don't. Jesus, I thought he was about to have a cyclock there. Wait a minute. What did he just say? At home and at that restaurant? Hold up. By restaurant, are you talking about Très Bien? Did you get asked to run an errand there too?
Yes, I did. The very day that young brat was poisoned.
What? So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do?
Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over the table.
One sec.
The serving girl collapsed, and I broke that vase. It all happened so fast, I was in a bit of a daze, you see. Then the owner shouted over to me. Oh.
Excusez-moi, you, call the police!
That's not the usual Armstrong. But it works.
Call him yourself, I should have said back. But I didn't think of it at the time.
So, did you end up calling the police?
Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze.
Did you call them on your cell phone?
Do I look like I'd have one of those newfangled thingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course.
You went looking for one?
I couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after that incident happened...
Yes, sirree. The owner was at Très Bien on his own.
Why didn't you mention this in court this morning?
Well, I would have if you'd given me the chance. But you all bullied me out of the courtroom. Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today. Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh, yes, I remember something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. It's not my fault. You're the ones to blame.
You could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? It's fine, Aaron. I wasn't expecting it either. What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious. Which leaves that woman, that man, alone in the restaurant. Written in the mid-2000s. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant.
Sure, you go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead, huh?
We need to get more details about what exactly happened. For Maggie, and for Mr. Armstrong. You ever seen this woman?
You let me get 1 million of my grumbles off my chest and I'll take one quick look. I've got an earthquake of frustration inside and it's ready to rumble.
On second thought, forget it. A million grumbles for one quick look doesn't sound like a good deal. For me. Okay. Anything new about Armstrong? No. I'll leave him then. I'm sick of doing his voice. Alright, back to Tribulations, because we have to go through here. We could check on Armstrong in the kitchen. Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again. Or not. But the place is open for business. You can't have an open restaurant without a chef.
Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me.
Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened. Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone.
Missing when we need to talk to him the most.
Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose? No, he'd never do that. Yep, only place left to go now is the detention center. We haven't seen Maggie in this entire section, so that makes some sense. And we got some things for her, too. We got we got Gumshoe's gift. Fantastic idea, though it is.
Oh, Mr. Wright!
Hello, Maggie. So they finished questioning you? Hello, Mew.
Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm gonna stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man.
Well, he was all over the place with his testimony.
He's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident, anyway.
Is it possible she's the one misremembering things?
Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep, there are so many things that just don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him.
But didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup? Who could very easily be Miss Violetta. In fact, the hair is straight. Doesn't have these little side flicks.
So you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it? Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right?
It was MC Bomber, Maya. That name was scrawled in the sports paper as well.
They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir.
Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing too.
Ouch, my head. This is getting way too complicated for me.
You said that you passed out when the victim, Glenn Elg, collapsed, right?
Yes, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. And before I knew what was going on, they arrested me.
So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tribulations.
No. No idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright?
The other witness, the old man from the park, he was pretty much chased out of the picture.
Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police.
Exactly. And you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time.
No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you?
When you consider the facts,
It's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all. Oh, it's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke with him earlier. I don't know. The things that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old Seedy.
Victor Kudo, huh? Okay. We'll show some evidence to her.
I know I used to be on the police force, but I'm incarcerated now. I don't pick up much information in here. All I can help you out with now is the menu at Tribulations. Hey, come on, Maggie, don't let your spirits fall.
Speaking of the menu at Tribulations, let's show you the lunch. Nope, you literally knock that back too with the same nonsensical line. You know anything about Jean Armstrong's loan? Nope. That was a misclick. How about Victor's testimony?
Oh, I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. He's not really that bad of an old man, though.
Technically, he's nicer than the old man from the first one. I will admit to that.
Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better.
Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony.
Roger, I'll spill it all and see what you make of it.
Nothing on the autopsy.
That's the cup I took over to the table, sir. But I didn't put anything in it. I could never do something like that. That's right, you could never do something like that. I'm not good at carrying those large trays, you know. Trying to balance a tray with one hand to put something in the coffee with the other? That'd just be asking for trouble. I dropped something for sure. That's right.
Is she expecting me to claim that she's too clumsy to have committed the crime? Nothing about the lottery ticket, even though it was found in her pockets.
Oh yeah, that's from when I was carrying a customer's breakfast over to them.
The ketchup splotch, you mean?
My whole face was fire engine red thanks to that stuff. But you spilled the ketchup on your apron, didn't you? I don't see how... The ketchup-covered omelet went flying and hit the customer in the face. Oh, talk about a tomato red face. Makes me wish I could have seen it myself. Yeah, I guess. It was kind of a sight to behold. Potassium cyanide? I've never heard of that poison before in my life, sir. Okay, maybe I have. But I've never seen it before, that's the truth. I wouldn't even know where the nearest potassium cyanide dealer is in the first place. Potassium cyanide dealers? Sounds like another group of drug pushers to avoid.
In any case, this definitely isn't something you can pick up just anywhere.
Oh, curse my rotten luck! The criminal must have stuck the bottle in my apron while I was unconscious.
We'll give her Gumshoe's lunchbox last.
Ah, is that your attorney's badge?
Actually, it's a fake.
Holy smokes! That's it! Huh? That's the badge your phony had, Mr. Wright.
You got duped by this?
But it's a completely different color.
And what about the fact that it's made of paper?
He said the badge got a tan as well while he was in Hawaii on business.
I'm beginning to see how my phony was able to gain her trust. think she wants to say this as well. Did I show you this? Yeah, I did. Right, so it's that or Kudo's profile.
Mr. Armstrong was very good to me after I was fired from the force. I can't believe someone as nice as him could have anything to do with this.
Well, in the time between the victim being poisoned and the police being called, the only person who was on the scene and had a chance to do anything was Mr. Armstrong. There was no one else there.
Mr. Armstrong wouldn't... He wouldn't set me up, would he? Back when I was an officer, Detective Gumshoe always looked out for me. But today I was the one who had to look out for him, trying to incriminate me the whole time.
You've got to remember, Maggie, Gumshoe's a detective. He's got a job to do, and for once in his life he did it.
My old boss. I thought at least he'd be on my side. He is on your side. He'll do anything to help. You can't fool me! I saw him in court today. I felt like a poor little baby woodpecker being pecked on the head by its own mother.
Gumshoe's testimony was pretty solid. No wonder it hurt her so much.
I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again.
Ouch. I think I just saw Gumshoe's chances go down in flames like the Hindenburg.
I don't think it's getting through to her that he really was trying to help. Oh, that's the victim, isn't it?
That day was the first time you'd ever seen this man, right?
Yes, I'd never met or seen him before then. I just happened to be the waitress who served him his coffee, sir, that's all.
It seems he was a computer programmer.
Really? I'm useless with computers, completely hopeless. I don't know any computer programs.
Did she mean programmers?
No matter what happens, I never let things get me down. You're always so positive, aren't you, Maggie? Macho Maggie Bird, they say. The early bird catches the worm. A bird in the hand. Wow, all those phrases are named after you? And I never turned my back on anything. Macho Maggie Bird, they say. I'm a tough old bird. Tough old bird, Nick. Do you get it?
Yeah, I get it. Nothing about Godot, even though he was the prosecutor.
Thanks for your help last year. Oh, it was nothing. I'm glad we got you off the hook. I hope you can help me out this year, too. Yeah, me too. It'd be sweet if we could get that verdict overturned.
Now, you're not gonna know her. Have you ever seen this woman?
Holy smokes, that's him! Huh? That's your phony, Mr. Wright. Just look at that ridiculous suntan.
For the record, I'm not sunburned like an overdried tomato, so I don't know how...
He told me he'd been on a business trip to Hawaii and that's where he got the tan.
I'm not hearing this. Oh, doesn't react to MC Bomber. Well, you'll definitely react to Gumshoe's lunchbox.
Oh yeah, I got something you're gonna love. Really? What is it?
A lunchbox, just for you. Here.
Wow! A lunchbox! Weenies, too! I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe. He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this, too. I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir.
Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that.
The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them.
Somehow, when an ex-cop-turned-waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier.
And anyway, I hate weenies. Oh. Really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But...
She's right. It's better than letting it go to waste.
But... I guess so.
Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya.
Well... How was it?
That hit the spot. I love weenies.
Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. Just forgive him.
Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you?
Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite... Doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table... It's true there was another customer in the restaurant.
Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo.
But I can't really say it was an old man. Okay, then how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman.
A woman?
Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy. And she had a kind of cackling laugh.
Creepy?
Cackling?
Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently? I didn't mean to present that. We'd already presented that to her last time. Now we present Violetta, even though we presented it to her before and she noticed nothing.
Anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Mew with a gift sub to Demon Dragon. Thank you very much. Yeah. It is seeming to me like Victor Kudo has been set up to witness something that didn't happen, or rather set up to witness like a play act that Violetta, dressed in the très bien outfit, poisoned a coffee where he could see it at a completely different time from when the murder occurred, but I don't know then who drank from it and pretended to die. It seems like things happened twice, once for Kudo and once for Maggie. Oh, you still don't have anything to say. Okay. I guess that's it. I don't really want to present Maya all the later evidence, but I do want to show her the fake badge. No! Never mind, they don't give Maya extra shit. But they probably should for the people. Wow, they really don't? Deep 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 doop doop deep 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 doop doop. Yeah, no, it works out well for us to get to eat Gumshoe's lunchbox, but it just seems a bit wrong. The main server just went up in smoke! Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already! Yeah, there's a problem with the internet too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief! But I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. It's gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. No! Just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot-to-trot girlfriend.
Wow, this place is really buzzing.
Something must be going down. Something really big. Huh? What are you doing here, pal?
Detective Gumshoe.
You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We got big problems here today.
Why? What's going on?
It's a virus! A virus!
Wait, hang on. When is Ace Attorney 3 set? $2019. A virus?
There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system.
But I really need to ask you some questions. So I guess we're just gonna stay here and do that anyway. Your batteries won't last forever. Remember that when you're having fun in bed. We have a winner. A little joke to make people think about their smoke alarms. Wow. Did we just lose that piece of evidence? No, we got it.
Okay, I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up.
Yes.
No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear?
Okay.
If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there.
We're not thinking about borrowing money, Detective. We want information.
Oh. Is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lender is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed, calling in all their debts.
Really?
Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady.
Alright, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady?
Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick?
We better find out what the story is with this lady.
So what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe?
I don't know.
What?
Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? And here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable.
What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a virus is?
Well, Nick, do you?
A computer virus? Sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course.
Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on.
Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright?
Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage.
Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode?
No. The damage is, well, it's all internal.
So the inside goes boom, right?
Imagine all the case data you've got stored on your PCs here in the station. A virus could wipe all that out. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about.
Whoa, that's scary.
Yeah. And what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious.
Infectious?
Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster.
Yeah, just like a real virus, huh?
But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that?
Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal?
No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's.
What? That's horrible.
Ah, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold.
Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick.
You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong.
Who? What? Where, when, and why did this conversation jump to talking about me?
Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage.
And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before.
The name of the virus, huh? Yeah, I feel like I've heard of it before, too. I feel like maybe this isn't music. But let's find out after I come back from a quick break. Well, actually, a slightly longer one. I'm gonna eat something, but yeah, I'd like to get some food in me, and then we'll finish this investigation section and leave it there. So we'll be doing trial next week. We'll just get this investigation done, but I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
So good. Does not bother me, friend. Friend, I may roleplay as a sexual man, but no, I will not enjoy that.
Aaron, you probably got picked up on stream
get
there.
Over yourself.
You probably got picked up on stream there. I'm going to actually leave now, and everybody else can be confused. Stop talking. Alright, I am back. I have an hour-ish to break 2 Cyclocks. I think that's about it. We're heading towards the last stretch of this section, I believe. I'll just unmute on Discord as well now that I've remembered that that is a separate set of knobs to click on and to deal with. We have had a sad gumshoe hidden behind a BRB screen, staring us in the face for about half an hour. Will we get to unsad him? Probably not. Not tonight. Maggie still hates him and is on trial for murder. And we don't have enough time to fix that just yet, but we have a question. Does Gumshoe know this person? We can ask him about the tiger as well. Oh, this guy. The tiger.
Is he famous?
Yeah, this guy's not a loan shark, you know. No, he's a big lone cat.
Hence the name. Hence the name, huh? That's an interesting 3 words there that will be funny to me and one other person and no one else.
Don't pay him back, and you better say your prayers because he'll eat you alive.
You're shaking, Detective. Like a leaf.
I'm just, you know, kinda on edge at the moment. If you know what I mean.
Know anything about Lisa Basil?
That lady's the boss of Blue Screens Inc., pal. Yeah, I figure she's clean. She's got nothing to hide. She seemed kinda like a doll to me. In a good way and a bad way. Kinda makes you think she might be hiding something.
So she's fine, but she also might be hiding something. Right. Now the big one, Violetta.
That's the girl who works over at Tender Lender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it.
She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she?
That should be the least of your worries, pal.
What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse?
Her name's Viola Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini.
Bruto Cadaverini? Do you know who that is, Nick?
Never heard of him.
Bruto Cadaverini's the boss of the Cadaverini family.
Oh, yes? The Cadaverinis. This one's scary sounding name.
We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you?
No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. I better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved with this, but who are the Cadaverinis?
Who are they? Scary bunch of people, that's who.
You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about?
Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. These guys are scary. They got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They got too much moolah.
Moolah? As in...
They pretty much control all the cash on the city's black market.
The black market, huh? And that includes Tender Lender, I take it?
Sure. No one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini, and I mean no one.
Interesting.
So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss, then?
Yeah. And everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him.
So, how did she end up at Tender Lender?
I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss at Tender Lender are pretty tight.
Tight?
That's what it said in a file I read related to Maggie's case.
Sounds like a pretty important clue. Yes, indeed. This clearly Japanese Yakuza is now an Italian mafiosa. Yeah, that's... yeah. It's very definitely Yakuza based on the visuals. Yeah, but instead they've gone with Bruno Cadaverini. I think we also needed to show him the computer virus. I think we needed to show him MC Bomber. Did I show him the paper badge? He has nothing to say about the paper badge. Alright, but MC Bomber. Detective Gumshoe, about this. What? I'm trying to concentrate on Maggie right now and I can't... Ah! This is it! This stupid name! I remember now! I thought so. Here it comes.
Don't just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on?
It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. The name's scribbled on that sports paper and written on that CD. One sec. That's the name of the virus. MC Bomber. What? Yeah, the virus that's just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details, please? We already knew about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if their demands weren't met.
Who are they?
I don't know, some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. And now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's in every computer in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at some carnival.
All this stuff with criminals and viruses. It almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie.
Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. The focus right now is on tracing the root of this virus on the black market.
You mean someone put this virus up for sale?
Yeah, and because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal.
In the millions? A virus can be worth that much?
I can't believe it! I've almost forgot the most important thing!
And that is?
You know, the lunchbox! How did everything go?
Lunchbox?
You remember? The weenies.
I hate weenies!
Oh yeah, those weenies. So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch?
Okay, firstly, Dick, if I may use your first name, that is not a sentence you want to use in precisely that order.
Huh? Well, it was delicious.
Yeah? That's what she said? Really?
Well, not exactly.
Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared.
Prepared? What do you mean?
I made a jumbo lunchbox.
Oh.
Do me a favor again, huh, pal? Deliver this?
This sure is a heavy burden. In more ways than one.
I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that.
Weenies again, Nick? Don't tell me we have to eat all these, too.
Do we go give her the second lunchbox? Gumshoe's lunchbox given to Maya. Again.
I really can't eat anymore.
Let's see what happens. Is she here? No, she's not. Okay. No weenies down anybody's hatch. We're too stuffed. God. Who do we go to? Whose Cyclops should we break? I think they're both ready. Just about. Like I'm not really sure. So you're sort of playing it weirdly because I don't know what Lisa Basil's one's going to ask for until I do it. It's just, you know, you wait long enough and eventually you do it and you probably have the stuff and then you figure it out while you're in it. So I'm just going to try this one now.
Nah, it doesn't matter, I won't save. Actually, can I ask you about MC Bomber? No. But we have this information, and that means we should be able to call her on Glen Elg's troubles, because if he was a virus developer, that's not great. But yeah, I'll do this one first because it's got fewer locks. Glen's troubles. Normally I'd do the one with more locks first, but in a game like this, for story... My usual way I do things is I always do the hardest, longest, or most tedious task first, depending on what kind of set of tasks I have, and then go like that, finishing with the easiest one, or the shortest one, or the most interesting one, again, depending on what kind of tasks they are. But in this case I prioritize narrative build-up, and I feel like fewer locks is less interesting than more locks, so we go by interesting, rather than by, difficulty. Especially because they're not really that hard. So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in?
I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service.
What's she talking about? I guess I better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elg's troubles have something to do with this? We could go straight into MC Bomber, but, the probable case... What else have we got? Right, no, he was a gambler. Okay. So he's a gambler, he gets into debt, he pays off Tender Lender by making a virus for them, that's it. His troubles have something to do with horse racing.
What is that?
A bunch of horse racing tickets. Racing, not raising. He was a breeder. All losing ones.
With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortunes is immoral.
Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell?
But what is the relevance of these tickets?
The victim, Mr. Glen Elg? He had a gambling habit, didn't he?
I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time.
Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets.
Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own.
You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elg's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? The lottery. Horse racing. He bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's got to have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps?
No! You are right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example, do you understand?
Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any.
But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000.
Yeah, but...
It's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it?
It's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000. In the end. But that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that.
Deep trouble? What do you mean?
Mr. Elg's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. Meet with the tiger, I think, but maybe we're supposed to present the person. Oh, we got the Cadaverini now as well. Furio Tigre, the boss of a loan office called Tenderlender.
Tenderlender. People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices.
Like you're one to talk. Well, what do you think?
Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money.
No. I mean about Mr. Elg.
You think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I don't know of any connection between the two of them.
Really? Because I've got proof that Mr. Elg and the tiger knew each other. That we do. Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tenderlender. This is who Mr. Elg met with on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt.
No! It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think.
$100,000? Ouch.
But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear.
Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay, so the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then?
Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money.
His talents?
I suspect he was talking about programming.
What computer program is worth $100,000?
Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work.
I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance this? Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber.
No! Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep.
You mean he was in debt?
Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work. Something a bit risky.
Risky how?
Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Très Bien.
Where do you come up with these ideas? So it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh?
The MC Bomber virus, yes. It was a work of genius. In a bad sort of way, of course. But still, genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market.
Inconceivable! Gumshoe was right for a change.
This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts.
MC Bomber update, made by Glenn Elg, potentially worth millions. I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore.
Use the trash can, Nick!
I think that's it for Lisa Basil. Unless she wants weenies. Or unless she has something to say about MC Bomber now that she didn't before. She does not. Come on. There we go. Okay, Tenda Linda. Your turn, Viola. The head bandage. You said that bandage around your head was from an operation? You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct?
Yes. The operation was very difficult.
Apparently.
Weirdly enough, this voice is super similar to my Morgan Fay voice, except I'm not trying to sound old, I'm trying to sound sick. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Did the injury in question have something to do with this? I have no idea what it could possibly want. Sports paper, magazine clipping, job listings, lunch specials, scooter. Maybe. The scooter has been in an accident. Might be that Furio Tigre smacked into her. Jean's alone, Victor's testimony, autopsy report, floor plans, crime photo, coffee cup, no. Lottery ticket, no. Apron, no. Cyanide, no. Glen Elg's medicine, no. Lottery, no. Glen's calendar, Trabian matches, no. Paper badge, no. Repair bill. A car repair bill for $15,000 paid to the Cadaverinis. It's that or the scooter. I want to say this because this is closer. Like, we've had the scooter in our inventory for ages, whereas we just picked this up in the room that we're doing this Cyclock in. So I'm going to try both if I get this one wrong, but we'll give this a shot. Repair bill. Ah. I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident.
Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis?
Yes, it is.
I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me?
Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong. And this is why. Do we just present her profile for that? Or his? Seems to live for his granddaughter. Well, I mean, this says she's a Cadaverini, so... I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you?
It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family's cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike, or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but...
Hell of a way to meet.
I took a blow to the head. A bad one.
Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right?
I don't know what happened to them. They ran away. Or so I heard.
Ran away?
If they'd stayed, I'd have...
Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been... It was Furio Tigre, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident.
It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided. The motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he?
It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him, too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. The proof is his bike. It's smashed to shit. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre.
The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they?
It's possible. Perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true.
I knew it.
But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive.
How much are we talking?
Very, very, very expensive.
She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right?
After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him.
Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you are his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the daughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money?
$1 million. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure.
Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big.
They said the operation cost $1 million.
$1 million bucks?
My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation.
Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million bucks? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow.
I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew that wasn't really true.
Wow. I'm so sorry.
What he did to get the money was... it was... evil.
Huh?
He said it was all for me. So I helped him.
You helped him? In what way?
Here, take these.
What are these? Medical papers?
I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He made an offer. He simply couldn't refuse.
Viola's medical papers, a $1 million bill for cranial surgery, payment due last year. Wow, I feel so bad for Viola. Of course, last year meant December, because it's currently January. It's inexcusable. Huh? There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Weirdly specific, but I get the second one. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah. I won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Right after we finish our espresso. I don't know where I'm going now. Ah. Très bien. Oh.
Just waiting until it comes up on screen.
He is on screen. You've got
bonjour.
fucking delays.
I have been waiting for you to return.
Mr. Armstrong. Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, he hasn't got anything to say to yous, fellas.
Oh, it's Shiniope.
Who you calling Xeniope?
Ah!
Come out from under the table already, Maya.
Okay, hand it over.
What?
Yous wanna play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now!
Uh-oh. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Ms. Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you.
Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. Yous wanna know what's said? I'll tell yous what's said, and it ain't only her face. She thinks she got power, 'cause she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad.
I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm gonna expose what you did to get the $1 million that you used to pay this off. This is feeling very Phoenix Wright 1.
Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you wanna give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2.
Wait.
Mr. Armstrong?
Forgive me. Désolé. I cannot accuse him.
Oh dear. That really hurt.
Is that all you got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get the lighter.
Wait!
Don't take it too hard. Phoenix Wright.
That was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Where the fuck? Hold it, pal! Detective Gumshoe!
Detective? You think you's gonna stop me, copper? Big! Rah!
Whoa! Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys, get out of here! Leave this guy to me! But go, pal, and take this! If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh?
Alright, thanks, Gumshoe.
Wait, Nick! Don't leave me behind!
And then Gumshoe got murdered. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow. In court! Tender Lender is going down! Yeah, this time it wasn't Phoenix's fault, which is a good level up from previous. Yeah, so in the first game, pretty much for 3 cases in a row at about this point, Phoenix voluntarily walks up to the villain with vital evidence in his pocket and says, I got you. Look at this. Do you see this? Do you see this sole copy of vital evidence? Yeah, you're fucked now. We're going to court, and I'm going to show this, and you're going to jail. Ha 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 ha, bitch. And then the person he's talking to is like, oh, really? And threatens us and takes the thing. I think Red White punches us. Vasquez gets mobsters on us, although Gumshoe saves us. And Von Karma literally just pulls out a stun gun. But yeah, no, this...
That's threatening them anymore.
No, not really. But
I think that's just actual violence.
That's the assaulting. But the threat happens before the... Yeah. Anyway, but in this one, Phoenix does not walk up and show it to them. He's... Well, it's kind of weird because it's like part of the nature of the game. We didn't have any choice but to go to Tribulations. But in the real world, Phoenix could have just not gone to Tribulations. However, you could argue that he was just looking to talk to Armstrong, not Tigray.
Well, he did say he'd like to ask them a few questions.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I save here as I have 20 minutes left on a regular stream, and I don't think I can do a trial in 20 minutes, but considering their involvement, I think...
Master trials in history.
Yeah, true. Considering their involvement, I'm pretty sure both of you will be back next week, as we should be able to get the full final sequence of this case done and possibly start the next one, though possibly not. Thanks, Aaron and Snip, for filling out the voices. I appreciate your hard work and dedicated method acting in all situations. I'll catch you both later. Goodbye. Never mind, Aaron sucks. He's just like an actual piece of wood trying to act. That's Snip though. Like Snip's just Anthony Hopkins with a Finnish accent. Goodbye. And that's me done as well. I should close this. I will be back with Born Punk tomorrow. We're going to try and finish it. We may not, in which case we'll probably keep going on Wednesday. But I see myself finishing it, even if it takes a little while longer. I'll just, push ahead. 14 will come back next week. And yeah, Ace Attorney should keep happening on Saturdays. By this time next week, next Saturday, I should know whether or not, and if so, what I will be doing in the Ace Attorney musical that I have been that I have auditioned for and been called back for. If you've missed that news, the callback list came a couple days ago. I am in the running for 3 roles, which is the maximum a given actor can be in the running for, I think. Kind of. Phoenix, Edgeworth, and Gumshoe. So, pretty good selection. I don't think that selection could possibly be improved upon. At least not with my vocal range. Like, they want a bass for Von... The only selection of 3 that could possibly be better would be Phoenix, Edgeworth, Von Karma, but I don't think I should play Von Karma. He was too deep for me when we did the game. So, yeah, no, like, absolutely thrilled by that list, and I have a shot at getting cast as one of them. There's a chance I won't. That's okay. You swing as hard as you can and hope to hit. But I should find out on Friday or while I'm asleep between Friday and Saturday, presuming there's no delays. So that way, yeah, the next time you see me play Ace Attorney, I should be able to immediately tell you what's going on. But it's still a week's wait, so fare thee well.